Hello. Penumbra is a trilogy of horror games made in 2007 and 2008 by Frictional Games, the same studio which would go on to make the Amnesia games. Amnesia and Penumbra are very similar games, so much so that I would say Penumbra is essentially a predecessor to Amnesia. It walked so that Amnesia could run. Still, I believe Penumbra merits a discussion. I reckon Amnesia had a bit of an impact on the horror game genre. I basically think of it as the horror game, like the poster child of horror games, essentially. And maybe it even had a bit of a cultural impact by extension? Because, PewDiePie and Markiplier played it in the very beginning of their careers, and that probably had a part in kickstarting the trend of YouTubers screaming at scary games.
Just don't make a noise, okay? Okay, Stefano, I'll try. Oh, fuck, Stefano! I told you not to make a noise! I'm sorry, Stefano, I'm sorry. Oh, fuck, I get the feeling he sees me. No, it's cool, he doesn't see you. It's no problem. He sees me! Ah!
And Markiplier actually also played Penumbra itself at the very beginning of his current channel. So, by extension, you could say that Penumbra has also had some effect on either the evolution of horror games or the evolution of gaming videos on YouTube? I don't know. The point is, I think it's important to talk about this game and bring attention to it, so that it isn't forgotten, because it's a great piece of art that the creators put their heart into making. Naturally, this calls for a critical spoiler warning. I'm gonna spoil everything, every last minute detail. This shit is gonna be rotting by the time I'm done with it. Don't worry, I'll wait. Just kidding, let's start without them. So the preface for this game is that it's February of the year 2000, and you play as Philip, a physicist who receives a letter from his father beyond the grave, instructing him to go to a bank, claim the contents of a safety deposit box, and burn the book and documents which he finds inside of it. But unfortunately, Philip is a nerd, so he gets really curious about it, and so he asks his linguist nerd friends at his prestigious school to try and make some sense out of the writings. The book ends up being indecipherable. However, they do manage to make out something from the separate documents. Something referring to a location somewhere in uninhabited northwestern Greenland. 1 year later, Philip makes the great decision of traveling to the location, alone, with seemingly no backup plan, and the game begins. You wake up on the ship as you're about to reach your destination. And then Philip starts saying shit like, I can still pick things up using left mouse, and my immersion is ruined, 0 out of 10, shit game. Nah, just kidding. Anyway, after gathering your equipment, you get out into the frozen wasteland of Greenland. You are then immediately faced with your first puzzle, where you've got to use a rock to break some ice in order to open this hatch on the ground. This is a brilliant way to start the game because it immediately has you interacting with the game world from the start. Contrary to my joking statement just now, the game actually manages to immerse you very quickly because of this. It's sort of a kickstart. You then go through the hatch and enter what seems to be an abandoned mine. After learning how to swing a weapon and use items, you go even deeper into the mine through a second hatch. Then, conveniently, or rather inconveniently, the entrance to the mine caves in. You are trapped, so there's no choice but to go deeper in. And then you're explained how stealth works. This stealth tutorial dialogue is very well placed because they tell you about stealth before you actually need it. Instead of telling you how to sneak when you meet your first enemy, you're told it in advance. You don't actually need to sneak yet, there's no threat, but you don't know that, so you're gonna be left unsure and uneasy. You bet your ass I crouch walked everywhere after this. This is where the tutorial ends and the real game begins. As tutorials go, this is fine, it's fairly concise and inoffensive. But from this point on, the game takes on a formulaic approach. You can divide it into 4 separate maps or areas. In each one, the way to the next area is blocked in some way, and you must solve puzzles in other parts of the map to be able to progress. Notice how in these maps all points of interest are at the edges, with there being essentially a maze in the middle. This middle part of the map contains enemies, which means you're forced to engage in some stealth while traversing between points of interest. So, the major gameplay aspects here are stealth and puzzle solving, the latter of which I reckon will be taking up most of my discussion. Alright, so continuing off right where the tutorial ended, you're in the first area, the old mines. As you can see on the map, the next area would be the northern area of the mine. However, the path is blocked by a cave-in, so you've got to get rid of that somehow. I sure do wonder how one would accomplish such a thing. But even before that, there's a door dividing the map from the middle, and it's locked, so you gotta find a key first. Now at this point, you can either go to the office or the storage room. It's up to the player to choose. However, we're gonna go through this the way I did on my playthrough, which means we're headed to the office first. Right off the bat, our first room has 2 documents to read. Now, I know what you may be thinking. Oh great, a bunch of reading. Yeah, that's what I want to do in a video game, read fucking text. And yeah, a decent portion of the game's story and lore is told through writing, which means that there is a lot of reading. This might be a problem for some people. Even the writer of the Penumbra games himself, Tom Joubert, looks back on this, stating that it's far too text-heavy. But I personally like reading in games, and I support sacrificing gameplay a bit in favor of story. Furthermore, it simply makes sense that all the story is told through writing in a setting like this. I mean, it is an abandoned mine. There is not and should not be anyone down here to tell the story. The first document is an old article from the Copenhagen Post, dated 1930. The article speaks of a mine in northwestern Greenland, which is where we are right now. It's this mine. The article mentions possible psychotropic deposits naturally sewn into the rock at the mine, because apparently miners with an E have been showing symptoms of paranoid schizophrenia, which later develops into them committing suicide. Researchers think this is because of natural deposits of lysergic acid, but Greenland locals say it was because of Inuit spirits called Tuurngait. And this is a horror video game, so of course it's gonna be ancient spirits, not fucking lysergic acid. So from this we can already start to theorize what happened here. This mine is obviously abandoned now, and maybe the reason for that is this insanity-inducing acid rock. Or Inuit spirits, as the locals say. It's Inuit spirits. Come on, dude. You think it's Next to the article there is a journal, which interestingly refers to this mine as a command bunker. You see, it's written during World War II, about a month before it ended actually. The entry is dated 15th August 1945. So it seems that at one point this mine started to double as, or was converted into a command bunker. The last thing mentioned in the note is a strange glowing artifact, which you can find right on this desk. When you interact with it, you hear strange whispers, and you start to see visions. Oh, and another little thing it does, which the game never tells you about, is that it saves your game. It's a pretty critical thing, yet the game never even hints toward it. What, you can make Philip say, I can press the left mouse button to grab things, but then something like, I don't know, it feels like my experiences have been recorded by this artifact. No, that would have been way too much of a fourth wall break. Anyway, about those visions. You see them sometimes when you touch one of these artifacts, and this first one says, a man, an old man, clutching something unseen. He is strange, and yet he is no stranger. Never seen before, still I know this man before me is Howard. I call him Father. Even though Philip has never seen his father before, somehow through this artifact he saw and recognized him. The last important things in this room are a bottle of Baxtrin and the Big Book of Explosives, which has a bunch of recipes for bombs. One of them involves Baxtrin, so that's the one we need to make. One ingredient found. This is the first of many instances in which puzzle-related items are just there, in a room, free for the taking. In this game, the difficulty in the puzzles never comes from obtaining items, because they're always just laying there at one of the points of interest on the map, the names of which make it even more obvious where the items are. For example, something like storage or tool shed. The difficulty usually comes from figuring out what you're supposed to do with the item, what you're supposed to use it on. So, having to walk all the way to the place, which obviously has all the items you need for the puzzles, and then just getting the item without doing anything of value, is sort of like a chore. Though it's necessary. It's not like the stuff can just magically appear in your inventory. In the end, I suppose it's fine if the process of figuring out what to do with the item is interesting. That is the important part, after all. We'll just have to see if the game succeeds at that, though. Once you exit the room, you'll hear a dog growling. That's our first enemy encounter. Of course, my first instinct was to retreat back into the office and crouch in the corner like a little pussy. But you've got to move on at some point, so you just sneak on by. Speaking of which, the stealth system. It's pretty simple. You crouch in the darkness to stay hidden from enemies. It has to be in the dark. Crouching in the light does nothing. This is really cool because we're not just talking about baked lighting here, we're talking of actual dynamic light sources. You can move barrels and other physics objects to create new cover for yourself, because the shadows cast by those objects count as darkness to hide in. This is almost like a bit of emergent gameplay if I understand the definition of that word, which is always great. When you crouch, this blue tint in your vision lets you know whether you're hidden or not. And it also gives you night vision for some reason, but only when you stand still. Enemies patrol a set path, and you've got to pick the right time to slip past. Unfortunately, a problem this game has is that the enemies cover too small of an area. The maps are already pretty small as it is, but the enemies patrol these very specific little nooks. I think it would be better if the enemies patrolled through much bigger parts of the map instead of what they actually do, which is that they walk like 10 meters back and forth. This would make the enemies more of a threat, because as it is, there is a lot of safe space. Also, the enemies never change the area they patrol, they are always at the same spot. Save for one instance later in this first area where, as a scripted event, an enemy follows you. They should have done that more. Why'd they only do it once? This means that as you're going back and forth between parts of the map, you're going to have to do the same exact stealth challenges over and over again ad nauseum, which gets repetitive. A solution to this would be if, for example, each time after completing a puzzle or getting an important item in a point of interest, the enemies would switch to patrolling different areas. That would keep you on your toes, and it'd be a sort of easy way to get more gameplay value out of a single map. Obviously, you'd have to change the map design a bit to accommodate multiple patrol patterns, but the maps are badly designed either way, and I'll talk about them individually later. Also, another little thing related to the stealth is beef jerky, which is an item you can throw to distract the dogs. The stealth in this game is already pretty easy, and using beef jerky just makes it even more easy. Thankfully, it's pretty finite. There's maybe about 30 pieces of it in the entire game, but I think that's still not finite enough. Though, kinda makes you think why Philip doesn't eat the beef jerky himself. Wouldn't he get hungry at some point? He doesn't eat anything during the game. Then again, he is British, so it's not like he has any teeth to eat it with. I should also probably explain the combat system now. Yes, there is in fact combat in this game, and it's very special. Here's how it works. So, you got a weapon in your hands, right? So, you can't just left-click to attack. Oh no, it's not that easy, my friend. See, what you've got to do is hold left-click, drag the mouse left, right, or down, and then, while still holding left-click, drag it back in the opposite direction. Swinging from the left or the right produces, well, a swinging motion, and swinging from down to up will make you do a stab, which is something I'm sure Philip is very used to doing after his days in London. I think the only difference between swinging and stabbing attacks is the hitbox. But yeah, you actually have to swing your mouse like how you'd swing a weapon in real life.
What?
Now, look, I know that sounds bad, but this is a really good mechanic. I love it. It's immersive, it's realistic, and it makes you feel weak and vulnerable, which is important in a horror game. Now, sometimes it's better to just not have combat in a horror game at all, because having too much fighting might run the risk of making it more action-oriented rather than horror. But here it works well, because you see, in Penumbra, combat is a punishment. If you're good at stealth, you will pretty much never have to fight anything. Having to engage in combat is the punishment for failing stealth. You die in about 3 hits from any enemy, but sometimes they attack multiple times consecutively. Obviously, this also means that having more than one enemy attack you at once is a death sentence. As I said, this is very realistic, it makes sense. Philip is just a tiny little British man, he doesn't know how to fight, at least not without a knife. Successfully attacking enemies is all about timing. They run straight at you, and you've got to swing just as they jump at you. This will then stun them for a period of time depending on your weapon, after which they retreat before trying again. This gives you time to run away and hide or prepare to attack again. And you can actually kill enemies if you hit them enough times, which is like at least 5, probably more, depending on the weapon you use. So it isn't worth it at all to try and kill them. At least not with this melee combat, because there are other ways to fight. Like with this stupidly easy cheese tactic, in which by standing on a box, the enemy AI can't get you. Which, by the way, is a pretty critical oversight, because you can do this exploit in every area. I didn't do it more than once because I didn't want to cheat, but you could hypothetically just kill every enemy using this exploit. Besides that, there are actual intentional additional ways to kill, such as dynamite, which you can use to blow up dogs, killing them instantly. However, the fuse is pretty long, so you have to time it well while they're eating, stunned, or otherwise stationary. So this item is balanced and well designed. Similarly, you can find gas canisters around the place which, if you hit with something, will explode after a few seconds. So you can then throw those at the dogs and blow them up, which kills them instantly. And that's the second time within the last minute that I talk about blowing up dogs to death. You know, I don't think I'll ever look at a dog the same way again after playing this game. You can also throw physics objects at enemies to stun and hurt them. To be honest, this is probably the best way to kill enemies, other than cheating, because you don't have to have good timing, and you can use pretty much any object in the game world as a weapon. Also, as for the melee weapons, there are 3 of them: a hammer, a pickaxe, and a broom. The hammer is the first one you get, and I think it's intended to be some kind of balanced option, does a bit of damage, stuns enemies for about a second, but then you later on get the pickaxe, which is just the hammer, but better, so that's what you're going to be using for the whole game, so the hammer is just kind of pointless. Why would you ever use it? And then there's the third weapon, the broom, which isn't even a weapon because it doesn't deal damage, or even stun or affect the enemies in any way. Its only purpose is to be used to obtain an item from a high shelf, which is something you only have to do once in the entire game, in the same room in which you find the broom. So, yeah, it's great that we just have these 2 pointless weapons in the game. It's like they were planning to make these different weapons with different use cases, but then they just forgot. So yeah, to finish off this section, I quite like the melee combat with the weapons. It's immersive and very unique. It also helps the horror aspect and the tension of the game since it makes you feel so weak. When you're in a stealth section, you'll just be waiting for that one slip up you make, and then as soon as you hear that dog growl, you'll be frantically scrambling to pull out your weapon. Unfortunately, however, there are just way too many fucking ways to kill dogs in this game. It makes me think the developers had some sort of hate boner for dogs, and so they implemented all these different ways to kill them. It is simply too easy to kill the enemies, what with everything at your disposal. The only saving grace is that, if my personal experience is anything to go on, then hopefully most players won't be brave enough to try killing the enemies in the first place, since your first instinct will most likely be to favor sneaking by the enemies and avoiding conflict, especially since the game explicitly instructs you to do so. The game instructs you that combat should be avoided and treated as a last resort, and that's how it should be and almost is most of, or at least some of the time. However, God forbid the player ever finds out how easy it is to throw barrels at dogs until they die. Another unfortunate thing is that the enemy AI is dumb as a bag of dicks. Although the dogs do run faster than you, if you cut enough corners, it's very possible to lose them. So what we have here is enemies that are pretty easy to evade, sneak by, and kill, so they don't stay threatening for very long at all. Anyway, that's enough talk about killing dogs for a little while. Next up is the storage room, where you can hear frantic breathing behind a door. Or in my case, I thought it was a dog panting, so then I was trying to be as quiet as possible going through this room, which felt really tense because the floorboards and doors are so damn squeaky. That's some good sound design considering that alone may be uneasy. But as it turns out, there was no threat, cause it's actually a person behind there. They try to whisper something to you, but it's mostly unintelligible. Below the room, there is a crawl space and a cave, in which you will find a series of notes written by some scientist who got stuck in here. They write that some incident forced them to hide in this area of the mine, and they also mention that as of them writing this note, it's been exactly 30 years since, quote-unquote, the incident that brought us here. Whoever us, them is. And then as these entries progress, you can see how this person starts to go kind of insane, and he starts eating spiders. Once you return to where you came from... The guy behind the door gets dragged away by something, and so the room he was in is now accessible. And there you find a few more notes from the guy labeled Spider Hater's Notes, so that's what we'll henceforth refer to him as. From these notes, you can learn that eating possibly venomous spiders for 200 days isn't exactly healthy. The guy's tongue got infected, so he had to cut it off, and you can find it on a shelf in the room. So that's why he couldn't talk to us. You'll also find one of the spiders. Dead, thankfully, but better make sure just in case. All of this is sort of foreshadowing an enemy we're gonna see later. Can you guess what it is? Also, we find the key you need in order to access the rest of the map, so it's time to go there. Once you go through the door in the middle of the map, you get properly introduced to the dogs. The dog we saw before is scripted to come to this area. Philip says to barricade the door, but that doesn't work for very long. Also, I don't think there's a single other instance in the rest of the game in which barricading doors is a viable option, which is strange because this feels like a tutorial to me. If it was supposed to be one, then it's pointless. But anyway, now the rest of this map is open to us. The main objective of the entire area is to blow up the cave-in that leads to the northern area of the mines. The explosives area has a crate of TNT, and we need to make a fuse for it. We already have the backstrin, and there was a lighter in the room we just came from, so the final ingredients needed for the fuse are at the last point of interest, the workshop. The door to which is locked with a keypad, which, as Philip notes, is strangely more modern than anything else here. That's environmental storytelling. The code is cryptically hidden in a note. The numbers are hidden amongst the text, which otherwise seems like complete nonsense. That alone would be stupidly easy, but thankfully they throw you a curveball. The word backwards is capitalized at the end, which means the correct code is those numbers in reverse. For one of the first puzzles, it's quite adequate in my opinion. The last items needed for the fuse are the string and a barrel of gunpowder. After soaking the string in the backstrin, you use it on the gunpowder to make a fuse. After all that, we can finally put the fuse in the TNT barrel, place it at the cave-in, light it up, and watch it go. Well, we can't watch it because then we'd get blown up, but we can at least listen to it, which is almost as good. Having to drag the TNT crate from the explosives area to the cave-in makes for an interesting challenge since dragging this heavy object slows your movement down. It's a shame this is the only time they do something like this. So, the first area is an okay beginning to the game. The puzzles are a bit easy here, but the game has just begun, so it makes sense. Though, now that I think of it, you're not actually doing much in this area. In fact, out of the 3 points of interest, only one of them, the workshop, actually has puzzles, in the form of the keypad, and an electric fence which you must jump over via stacking objects. A rudimentary physics puzzle. The other rooms just have notes, along with the items you need to make the fuse, all of which are just laying there in the rooms, so you don't have to do anything to get them. So basically, all you're doing here for a while is walking around and fetching items that are in plain sight. Now, the question is this a bad thing? Sure, when I say it like this, it sounds bad, but truth be told, I only realized this in hindsight. When I was playing the game for the first time, I wasn't thinking about how, oh, I'm just walking around and picking stuff up, so boring. No, I wasn't bored or anything, I was content. Especially since I'm more interested in story and lore things anyway, so the documents and the spider hater scene piqued my interest and kept my attention. But for people who are more interested in gameplay, this may be too slow of a start. I also don't have any complaints about the enemy placement because there's only one dog. Except the fact that it changes the area it patrols is very good, though again, this is something they only do one time in the entire game. They should have done it more. But anyway, let's move on. The northern area of the mines is a lot larger and more open. It also seems to be more modern than the previous area, what with having actual electricity. In the last section, there were only paraffin lamps as light sources. Here, we've got actual light bulbs. However, there is no power. Though conveniently, the first room we come across is the power room, which contains a massive generator along with its instructional manual. So we've got to get that running by putting the battery, that is very conveniently in the same room, into the control panel. But the battery is in a box, and the pickaxe isn't strong enough to break it open. So you've got to push it down this hole, which is also very conveniently in the same room. Then you can climb down and get the battery while hearing strange whispers. I'm hesitant to even call this part of the puzzle since it's so easy. It's really just a waste of time. Anyway, you put the battery in the thing, pull the lever, and the fuse is broken. So we've got to go a bit further onward to a storage room, which has a fuse on a high shelf. Now this is also where you get the broom, which as I said is a very pointless thing. Apparently what you're supposed to do is use the broom to shove the fuse off of the shelf. But what I did was jump on a bunch of boxes and grab it. You can also just throw something at it. Either way, it's really easy, and I still really don't understand what the point of the damn broom is. It's never used again. You don't even have to use it here. Why does it exist? Now we can go back to the generator and put the fuse in. Now, this is the actual main part of this puzzle. There's a manual for this generator here, and it instructs you on what order to rotate these valves in order to activate the generator. The valves have these symbols above them, and you have to interpret what symbol the text in the manual is referring to. For example, when the manual says grease flow, it's referring to the valve with the water droplet symbol above it. A lot of this puzzle is essentially pointless bloat. Getting the fuse, dropping this crate in the hole, and then having a Metal Gear Solid 3 your way down and up the ladder to retrieve the battery. You could remove all that and just leave the valve turning part, and you'd just save time, losing nothing of value. But moving on, we head to a room labeled Communication Central, where we find a portable radio along with a less portable radio, which is actually receiving a broadcast from somewhere. It's beeping, which you can probably deduce is actually Morse code. We got a Morse code reference sheet from that storage room, so you can just use that to decode the message. I haven't seen Morse code being utilized for code puzzles in games before. I'm sure it's been done, but this is the first time I've ever seen it. It's genuinely a pretty cool idea. The code we got from that lets us open this gate, which was barring access to the rest of the map. But when we go to do that, somebody reaches out to us.
Good day. Good day, can you hear me? Well, I hope that your ears are working better than your tongue, so that you might use them to listen to my words. You have turned on the light at the end, beginning and middle of the tunnel, but some things remain shrouded in darkness. My emergency message I hope has helped, but what you need now is to the wall hole to the right of the fence. Oh, go now, there is no time to explain. Well, in fact, time is one of the few things we have in abundance down here. Most surprises are spoiled by such catty curiosity.
We can't talk back to them because the radio is shit and is only able to receive, not transmit. Once we go through the gate and onward, he speaks to us again.
My memory is like something with a great many small holes. We shall be needing to perform some minor demolition work so that we might one day meet again. For this task, we shall require the use of a large, earth-eating metal monster, and that monster is thirsty for juice from the place where things are kept. By the way, you can call me Red. It's not my name, you understand, but I am sure you will agree it is a name rather similar to a cardigan. fetching when worn correctly.
He's called Red, but that's just a nickname, not his real name. Back in the previous area, we found that note with the code hidden in it, and it spoke of someone named Red. It's possible that the note was written by Red. He speaks in a very peculiar, verbose manner, saying things like,
Large, earth-eating metal monster.
If you can decrypt his speech, you'll know that he's talking about some sort of excavator, and that the juice is fuel for it, and that you can find the fuel at the storage room. Not that you need to be able to decrypt it, since, as I've said, all the items you ever need for puzzles are always predictably in the points of interest at the edge of the map, usually ones named something like storage or toolshed. Speaking of the toolshed, that's where I went first. You find a handsaw and a note labeled Xeno Report 66B. It also says Anno Domini 1992. Anno Domini is Latin for in the year of the Lord. So this is from 1992, which is much more recent than the notes in the previous area, which were dated 1930 and 1945. Also, something interesting written before that is Anno 9002. Anno, of course, just means in the year, so this is saying in the year 9002. Now that's weird. As far as I know, there's no calendar in existence that goes that far back. Well, except maybe this one calendar in Turkey that some archaeologist found, but that was in the middle of me making this video, and after I wrote this part of the script. Damn archaeologists ruining my YouTube video. Anyway, point is, whatever calendar these scientists are using is, pretty damn old. This note is clearly some sort of scientific research document. The document is about two things: Substance 63 and Artifact 66B. It doesn't speak much about the substance, it just mentions that it was found in close proximity to the artifact. This artifact, though, is the focus of this document. The document says that Artifact 66B is, at least in part, a solidified form of Substance 63, with a number of operable appendages. It also says that the artifact emits a low level of light from a seemingly inexhaustible energy supply. Now, doesn't that sound familiar? Artifact 66B is most likely one of those save point artifacts we've been finding. Although I'm not sure about the operable appendages part. Maybe that's referring to these arches on top of the artifacts? They're sort of like handles, though I don't see how they're operable. So, ancient artifacts found buried deep in the earth that emit light with a possibly infinite source of energy. Makes sense why weird science people would be researching this. I say weird science people because this is labeled as a Xeno report, and it's filed by Chief Attending Xeno Officer. Xeno being a word which refers to alien or foreign things. The rest of the document is unimportant apart from the mention of some kind of organization and elevated caste and other such things, which all imply that there is some kind of large-scale organization here. Our next destination is the storage room. Well, it would be if not for the fact that the door won't budge. We get another transmission from Red in which he informs us of an alternate route to the storage room through a quote-unquote watery cave. That watery cave is actually the excavation area. There's an artifact here, and we see another vision when we touch it. The only important part is one that mentions a hatch, a portal, a hole, a door. Is that referring to the hatch to this mine, or maybe something else? Anyway, on a table there's another Xeno research document. It's a list of tests they conducted on some substance in order to find out what it is. Probably Substance 63, from the other note we read. The document describes the substance as emitting a gaseous fog, and so we can deduce that this weirdly colored stuff with the fog right here is Substance 63. Related to this, there's an assumption to be made, which is that Substance 63 is in fact the psychotropic stuff that was discussed in the Copenhagen Post article. You know, the stuff sewn into the rock that was causing miners to go insane. The roof of this cave has a tunnel which leads to the storage room. There you get introduced to a new enemy, spiders. You'll immediately see some of their eggs on the left. We saw these same eggs back in the spider caves in the previous area, but this time they haven't hatched yet. However, very soon they do hatch, and they start to chase you. Now, these spider enemies can be dealt with individually. They die in very few hits, but here there are far too many, so it's a chase sequence. You need to roll boulders to block the passages behind you as you run. One big problem is that in this one part, if you reach this autosave point without closing the passage behind you, the spiders will keep killing you infinitely in a loop because the game saves the location of the enemies as well, which essentially makes this a soft lock. And the thing is, you can't close this particular passage. There's no trigger for the boulder to snap into place and close it off. The intended solution here is to use the lighter to set this oil puddle on the floor on fire, which will kill the spiders. Next, there's a part where a boulder comes after you. The intended solution here is to break these planks of wood so that the boulder will go into this hole. But chances are that by the time you've realized that a boulder is coming after you, you're already on the planks and running past them. Your first thought is going to be, oh shit, a boulder. It's like Indiana Jones, I gotta run away. Also, a funny thing is, I completed this entire section without doing either of the intended solutions there. I didn't set the oil on fire, I just brute forced my way through that part because I guess I got lucky and only one of the spiders followed me to the save point for some reason, so then I could just easily kill it and move on. And then for the boulder part, I just somehow managed to outrun the boulder, or outcrawl it. The game made me think it's a chase sequence, and so when I died, I simply thought I wasn't being fast enough. I never realized it was actually a bunch of puzzles. This is not really a chase sequence at all. It's more like a set of puzzles with a timer. That's fine, but you have to establish that immediately. Instead, the first thing you do in this section is frantically roll boulders to block passages behind you. That's the inciting task which tells the player that this is a chase sequence, because that is a task which requires not intelligence, but dexterity and swiftness. By the way, about those spiders, there's an interesting little detail about them, which is that they have a weakness, that being the light. Yeah, if you shine your flashlight at them, they run away. The game never tells you about this. Well, no, okay, it does tell you. It's just that it's told to you through a note back in the Spider Hater section in the first area. In a journal entry, the Spider Hater very shortly mentions that the spiders would come to him when he turned off his light source. Now, this would actually be a cool, subtle way to teach the player, if not for the fact that this was told to you like an hour ago in the game. No one's gonna remember that by the time they get here. Maybe the game could have shown this to the player by, I don't know, having there be a spider at the excavation site, but then it walks into light coming from one of those spotlights, and then it runs away and disappears. Something like that. Not this. But moving on, we finally get to the storage room, and Red transmits to us.
There should be some insect repellent in that red and white cross box in that room. Just in case those spiders found your flesh delicious. How does my brain flesh know your fluids are leaking? Because the red tricked you! The spidery tunnel was far from a necessary evil. More so, it served as a well-deserved punishment. You thought my mind had been lost to the ravages of time, but poetic justice has struck with a sonnet and an eight-legged baptism of fire. With justice now served cold, I hope that we can be good friends. Now reclaim the key and go-go juice, and find a way to the mining monster.
Yeah, so Red is insane, in case that wasn't already clear. But we can forgive him for almost getting us killed. I mean, come on, he's just a little guy, you can't get mad at him. Also, he shows immense knowledge of this mine. He knew that this random tunnel would lead to the storage room, and he knew the spiders were there, probably because he's been there himself. The broken paraffin lamp and the wooden planks were likely left there by Red. He has probably been down here for a very long time. Anyway, there's a very interesting book about Greenland mythology here, specifically Inuit mythology. It talks about a bunch of things I'm not even gonna attempt to pronounce, except one of them, which is something called the Tuurngait, and I'm almost certain I'm pronouncing that wrong as well. Essentially, in Inuit mythology, the Tuurngait are malicious spirits that cause bad luck and sometimes possess people. The Tuurngait were already mentioned once in that Copenhagen Post article in the beginning of the game, so now you just know that it was, in fact, not psychotropic deposits that caused the minor insanity, but Inuit spirits. Why else would they mention something so specific as the Tuurngait twice if it weren't significant? Well, that is the conclusion that you will come to if you have paid attention to the notes so far, and then you might think, oh, this game's gonna be about ghosts trying to kill me. But this is actually pretty subversive, because it's not actually evil spirits that you're gonna see, though there will be a concept referred to as the Tuurngait. At first I thought this was kind of on the nose, but then I thought that, as foreshadowing goes, this is pretty fine actually. Also, unrelated, there's a little crane puzzle here, and I mean little. All you do is move the box attached to the crane a little bit to the left so that you can use it as a platform. They could have done quite a bit more with this, and it strikes me as lazy. Besides that, I'd like to say that this whole storage room section has a particular atmosphere to it. I was very uneasy as I went through it. As you get to the room with the gasoline, the ambient music starts to intensify for some reason. That, combined with this creepy view of the hallway, made me think that as soon as I picked up the gasoline, it was gonna trigger a scene where, I don't know, some enemy breaks into the storage room and stalks me through it. It's like, as you went through the rooms, you saw all these currently inaccessible vents, but which had destructible lids, so I was thinking it was all a setup for a close-quarters stealth section. Also, the only way to get out of the room with the gasoline is to stack objects and climb back onto the shelf where you came from. So, if hypothetically an enemy did come here, you'd have to scramble to get on top of the shelf quickly. The thought of which made me even more anxious. Not only did the game unsettle me through good sound design, particularly the ambient tracks, it also scared me through its level design. When's the last time you got scared by the fucking level design in a game? I can't even tell if it's intentional, but either way, this is a great section, despite it being such a small part of the game. Though I will judge a short section such as the spider tunnels we came from for being a negative experience, I will also praise sections like this for being positive. The little things matter too, almost as much as the big things. This same logic applies to penises as well. Anyway, we have go-go juice now, so it's time to go to the auxiliary shaft. On the way there, you have to get through a gate by sawing this piece of wood with the handsaw. Again, the item required for this puzzle was simply laying in the tool shed, and, I wonder what I should use it on. Definitely not the wooden plank blocking my way, aka literally the first object you think of while imagining what you cut with a handsaw. I mean, it's right there on Google Images, one of the first results. This is what I call a nothing burger puzzle. Side note, I wish they would have made it so that using the saw on the wood places the saw there as a physics object, and then you'd have to drag it back and forth manually. Think that would have been cool. Anyway, once we're past that, we can see a pretty interesting sign. It seems to be informing about the dogs, and this implies that the dogs have been here since the mine was still operational. Maybe they were like guard dogs or something. There's also some kind of logo here, an eye symbol with either CEH or CBH written on it. However, if you look at the back of this sign, you can see that the texture is there as well. And when you take a look at this texture in the game files, you can come to the conclusion that the back of the sign may be the intended way of viewing, which would mean that the text is actually HEO or HBO. I'm still not sure what it stands for though, so guess what? I emailed Frictional Games and asked them. But unfortunately, they never responded to my email. I suppose they have better things to do than answer questions about signposts in their 18-year-old game. On the path to the auxiliary shaft, there's a pretty tight spot with two dogs. It's like a choke point, pretty difficult to get past without being seen. I had to use some meat. One thing I'd like to mention about the beef jerky is that the game never tells you that you're supposed to hold left click to charge the throw. So, for the entire game, I was left wondering why Philip could seemingly barely toss a piece of meat when he can throw a pressurized gas canister like 5 meters away. Right after that spot, there's a note on a table. This note is a log of an excavation. Specifically, the excavation that was done in, well, the place marked as excavation on the map. The cave we were in. This is confirmed by the fact that they mentioned discovering a tunnel system in the roof above the excavation site, which would be the spider tunnels. Also, the discovery of Substance 63 is written here, which confirms that the foggy rock at the excavation site is either Substance 63 itself, or closely related to it. At one point, they sent someone to map out the spider tunnels on the roof, but they never returned. There was a pile of blood and guts in the tunnels, so those may be the remains of the person they sent. Though I'm not sure how the decomposition process works underground. Wouldn't there be only bones left at this point? Either way, this attention to detail is very much appreciated since it makes the world of the game feel just that little bit more believable. By the way, about the date, this document has logs spanning across multiple years. It started in 1990 and lasted until 1992. In the section, written in 1991, it says that the excavation team kept hearing human-like cries coming from somewhere deep in the rocks. That was probably Red, and if it was, that would mean that he has been down in this mine since at least 1991, so at least 9 years. And lastly, here's an interesting line.
Since the incident leading to the establishment of our facility here, much work has been undertaken in order to ascertain the scope of the discovery. This site, among others, was selected from many possible candidates thanks to the powerful divination techniques passed down from many generations among the elevated caste.
First of all, this same incident was mentioned by the Spider Hater in his notes, which means that he was part of this organization. And secondly, they speak of powerful divination techniques. Divination, huh? The practice of seeking knowledge of the future or the unknown by supernatural means. Yeah, so if it wasn't obvious enough by now, this hammers home the fact that there's some sci-fi stuff going on here. This organization kinda sounds like a cult, cause they have some sort of caste system, and then they possibly have their own calendar that dates back 9,000 years. Moving on from that, we get to the auxiliary shaft, where we'll find the earth-eating monster that Red spoke of, which is of course an excavator. You have to deliver power to the excavator. The only part of this task that isn't trivial is figuring out how to get the fuel into the excavator, cause you see, when you try to use the gas can, Philip says that the lid on the gas can is rusted shut. Now, my stupid ass somehow read this wrong, and interpreted it as the fuel lid on the excavator itself being rusted shut. So then I tried every item I had on the excavator, even though it's the gas can in my inventory that was rusted shut. And then I decided to Google the answer because I didn't feel like backtracking a bunch. And good thing I didn't, because that would have been a colossal waste of time, and I would have been very upset upon realizing that all I had to do was use the hammer on the gas can. Now obviously that was my fault, but let's say hypothetically that I didn't misinterpret what Philip said. Well, even then, all I would have had to do was use every item in my inventory on the gas can until I got the right one. That's how it always is when you have to combine items in a game. It just boils down to trial and error, trying every item combination until it works. So again, sort of a nothing burger puzzle. Though still, this part is important. They can't just break your immersion by having a loading screen that says, "Oh, Philip got an excavator fueled and running off screen." That would be stupid. One good thing about this game is that it very rarely takes control away from the player. It keeps you immersed in the game. There are no cutscenes to speak of apart from the intro. You're just forced to look at certain things sometimes, and that's only when it's something important. Red transmits to us after we fuel the excavator. He pretty much confirms that he's been down here for ages. He knows these caves like the back of his hand, and he mentions being pursued by some so-called diseased ones. Huh, neat. Would you look at that? Rewatch bonus. Or rather, replay bonus in this case. But now that we have the excavator running, it plows through the rock so we can head to the next area. Except it's not the next area yet because there's a sort of transitional segment here. You walk forward a bit and then... Oh my god. A giant worm comes through a door and kills you because its hitbox is much bigger than its model. Yeah, fine. I guess that was pretty scary. But hey, this is good. It's a brand new, interesting enemy that isn't just some everyday animal. I bet they're gonna utilize this new enemy to its fullest potential. Right? Well, anyway, what follows is a segment involving some spiders. And I know I already shit-talked them previously, but I'd like to mention that the only way they differ from the dogs is that they're slower, and that you can scare them away with your flashlight. Essentially, they're just weaker versions of the dogs. So the spiders give you the illusion of variation, even though it's practically a reskin of the dog. Anyway, after that, we're done with this place. Overall, the second area is a fine progression from the first one. The first area was a slow start, but here things start to pick up a bit. Particularly the lore and story actually begins to develop, especially with those Xeno documents. There's also a lot more puzzles, though it feels like a quantity over quality situation because there are so many small little puzzles, quote-unquote, like the generator and excavator ones, that just feel like busy work, like a chore. They lack substance, especially the one with the handsaw. But there were 3 puzzles that were good. Thing is, I didn't mention any of them because I didn't have anything to say about them. They weren't bad, but they were also pretty easy. Apart from the one in the excavation cave, where you actually have to pay attention to your environment. There's a broken ladder piece on the floor, and then these hoists all around the cave, including under the tunnel and the roof. And when you examine the hoists, there's a useful but subtle hint from Philip. It's pretty good. I guess I did have something to say about that one. Anyway, I also want to touch on the enemy placement a bit. Here's a little edit of the map I made. It shows the enemies and their patrol paths. Each line represents one enemy. First of all, I'd like to praise this part here, because it's the first noteworthy stealth segment so far. It was pretty interesting. The dogs patrolled the spot pretty tightly, so I had to actually use my brain quite a bit there. Unfortunately, the rest of the dogs are not much of a threat, and that's not just because they're unthreatening anyway due to game mechanics, but also because of this map design. If you take this path, going along the left edge of the map, you'll get through 3 main points of interest while only really having to deal with 1 dog. Though it's less likely that anyone would take this path since Red explicitly tells you to go to the tool shed, and you wouldn't know about this route on your first playthrough anyway, so it'd just be luck if you went through this route. Still, I don't think there should be this much empty, safe space. Speaking of which, what's with this loop here? What's the point? You could have just put the tool shed here instead of wasting 20 seconds of my life. Also, there's just a bunch of pointless space here on the right. There aren't even any items or anything. The only reward you get for your exploration is 2 propane canisters.
My name is Hank Hill, and I sell propane and propane accessories.
Anyway, we are now in the 3rd area, the iron mines. I know it's called that because all the doors have it written on them. There's immediately a stark contrast between here and the previous areas. Instead of just excavated cave walls, there's actually constructed brick walls and stuff. It seems that the deeper we get, the newer things start to look. You can also see that in some smaller things, like piles of documents that you can examine, the dates of which get newer and newer the deeper we get. Also, we get a transmission from Red.
With my remaining ear to the ground, I hear your trembling tootsies padding towards their final destination. Things come to those that wait, whether they want them or not. And soon I think your wait will be over. The great metal door in reality is calling you, just as the Reaper beckons me forward. I look forward to finally greeting you. I only hope I need not greet the Reaper Man first.
I can't help but wonder how he knows where we are. I understand why he knew when we turned on the generator in the previous area, since, he could notice the lights turning on and whatnot. But here, I see no way he could know our location. Unless maybe he's somehow using triangulation to determine the location of our radio? Moving on, the door to the next area, Section C, is locked with a keypad, so we gotta find the code. Next to this, there's a storage room with a screwdriver and bolt cutters. Again, just lying there, and you just grab it, and there's nothing to it. Having the item just lying there could make sense if there was an obstacle on your way to the storage room, like maybe dogs guarding it. But here, there's literally not a single enemy. The path from the beginning of this area to the storage room has 0 resistance. Next point of interest is the refinery. This room is essentially a big chain of puzzles. First off, you've got to do one of these button puzzles. I believe they're called lights out puzzles, that are in every game ever, where you have to press the buttons in the right order to make a bunch of things be in the same state. In this case, you have to lift all of these pistons up from the conveyor belt so that you can crawl underneath. I'm not going to complain about this puzzle, even if it is a bit unoriginal. I feel it's sort of like a rite of passage at this point to have one of these in your game. After that, we get a transmission from Red.
Only the engraving etched in the back of my mind can compare to the sight you must be seeing. Now power has returned. I wish I could be there with you, but circumstances do not allow for such frivolities. Maybe soon there is something you can do about that. But tell me, are there other belted conveyances now churning in the dock room? I think I know where they lead. It is some kind of heaven or utopia.
He seems to be especially familiar with this refinery, which points to the possibility that Red was a former worker of this mine when it was still active. Next, you've got to get this ladder down. I used a rock to pull it down, which is not the intended solution, but that's one good thing about physics puzzles. There are often multiple ways to solve them, and none of them are wrong. Then we get another transmission from Red. Jeez, is this guy clingy or what? Well, I guess I understand him. I'd get pretty attached to someone as well if they were my only source of human contact in years. I think he implies that he's a cannibal. Huh. After that, this door thing won't open unless you get a spare motor into this hole. That motor is in the previous room. Now, what you're supposed to do here is take the motor back to the beginning and put it through this conveyor belt to get it up to this platform, which is also the intended way to get the ladder down since it knocks it over. But you can also just throw it up there like I did, skipping the entire thing. Now, even though this is most likely an oversight due to lack of testing, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't hinder the player's experience. If anything, it's a good thing. It's basically just an unintended alternative solution, and it's achieved using the game's mechanics. So, technically you could call it emergent gameplay, in a way? Anyway, that's all I had to say about this place. The reward for getting through is that there is a vent which leads you to the other side of a locked door elsewhere on the map, that place being Section 12. What you're supposed to do here is use the bolt cutters to cut these chains so that you can push this minecart down in order to break a brick wall. That is the most convoluted way to break a wall I have ever seen. But anyway, I didn't notice the chains on the minecart at first, and so on my playthrough I went to a different point of interest. The chains were pretty much completely shrouded in darkness for me, which was my fault for being reluctant to use the flashlight, and because I had completely forgotten about the glow stick's existence until halfway through the game. I guess that's the intended challenge here. You have to be observant to notice the chains. Then again, there's not exactly anything else to observe here except the minecart and its chains. The bolt cutters were just there in the tool storage room, no resistance in obtaining them. So the only part of this puzzle where you have to use your brain is noticing the chain, aka not being blind. I feel as though something this trivial has no business being so late in the game. We're already about halfway through. Okay, well, maybe already isn't a fitting word. What has it been, like an hour? So, although I said I went a different route at this point, we're not going to go in exact order of what I did, and instead we're just going to look at what's behind the brick wall. By the way, when you examine the wall, Philip says it's brand new, that it can't be more than a week old. Maybe Red set up this wall. Who else could it be? Red isn't here though. Instead, what we find here is some sort of laboratory. First of all, there's an artifact that gives us another vision. A cohort, a man with no name. It is he who opens this gateway to hell. A grin on his face, he is terrible indeed. He watches the men writhe and turn. Still, Father looks on, something vital in his hand. So, Philip's father, Howard, is not solely responsible for whatever they're unleashing here. This cohort is the main reason. Now, the next interesting thing is that this lab is filled with info about something called a gray rockworm. There's a carcass of one here, and I don't think I need to spell it out for you, but just in case there are any goldfish watching this video, we got attacked by one of these earlier. Though it was noticeably larger, this one is probably a baby. After making sure it's dead, we can go on to the research document. Except we can't, because first we gotta open this locked door. When you examine it, Philip says that there's something stuck in the keyhole. Obviously it's the key we need, but it's on the other side. You poke it out with the screwdriver, which is actually a nice design. I like it when a puzzle-related item is used for more than one purpose, especially when it's something like this that's not super obvious, because we will be using the screwdriver to actually drive screws in the future. You need a way to get the key from under the door before you poke it out though. So what you do is get a newspaper from a cupboard, which is in this very same room you are in, like literally back a bit and to your left, and then stick it under there and poke the key down and pull it out. If you're gonna put the key item to the puzzle in the same room as the target object to use it on, then you don't make it such an out-of-place object that stands out, like the newspaper. I mean, what else are you gonna use it on? Wiping your ass? It's not like Philip has anything to shit out since he hasn't eaten anything in hours. But now we can actually get to the document about the rockworms. The document says that the research was done in the span of 3 years, from 1969 to 1972, with the permission of Delta Mining Corp. So that's the name of the corporation that owns these mines. This is the only time it's ever mentioned. There's some cool lore about how the rockworms work, what senses they have and stuff. At the end of the document, the professor estimates that in 3,000 to 4,000 years, the worms could grow up to a further 3 inches and 1 foot in total. His estimation is obviously way off because it's been, 28 years and the worms are definitely bigger than a foot now. But this paper also has something else to it. Amongst the writings of the professor, there's a diary that overwrites some of the document. And it's from the same guy who just recently walled themselves in here with the brick wall. He writes mostly about him being hunted by rockworms and his ruminations on how to deal with them. But here's something more interesting.
To that end, seems I've had a pretty lucky stumbling here. All this old research is about something similar to what's been haunting me ever since I escaped the shelter 4 days ago. Don't get me wrong, after what they did to me back there, I'd rather be facing anything else. And after almost a year fighting for our lives, we didn't really stand a chance anyway. I don't know how many are left inside. I found some old newspaper clippings. I guess they're referring to this mine. I had no idea it was so old, so big. I can see now why they built the facility here in the first place. A lot of history buried down here. It worries me, though. We'd been resting all our hopes of rescue on one of the scientists who escaped right near the start of it all. We got out almost as the chaos began, so we figured he might have made it out and brought help. But maybe me and him are due the same fate.
Apparently there's some facility that was built somewhere in this mine. Not a mining facility, but a separate facility. Purpose undisclosed. Then he mentioned some shelter, along with a person who escaped the facility, and I reckon that this is referring to the spider hater from the first area. If you remember, his diary notes told us that he was a scientist and that he was trying to escape the mines to get help and evacuate other survivors. So it's plausible. But here's a question. What do they need help from? Can't be the rockworms because of the way the guy talks about them in his writing. He mentions them as a separate threat that started following him after he escaped from the shelter. Next up, in this laboratory there are also 3 newspaper clippings. We're gonna go through these in chronological order, based on the dates listed on them. The first one is from 1970, back when the mine was still active. It speaks of a Danish man who went missing in these mines around that time. This information will be important later. Well, I'm sure some of you already know where this is going, but just keep it in your pants for a bit longer, okay? Apart from that, there's also this paragraph. At 16 years old, the Northwestern Iron Mine is a relatively new part of a larger complex, which also includes a lead operation and is built on the site of an older mine, later converted into a military bunker, and finally closed in 1952. Through this and some of the following notes, we can get a better idea of the timeline of this mine. Now, I know for some people, all this might seem pointless and boring, because it's like, who cares when the damn mine was established? But I personally like it. I think it just makes the world feel that little bit more believable and immersive when there's so much information about it. The next news clipping is from 1974. It speaks of the inhabitants of a small village in northwestern Greenland complaining about noise pollution caused by ships sailing close to shore. This is extraordinary and anomalous because sea trade had mostly ceased after the lead and iron mines were closed in 1972, due to a massive structural failure caused by an accidental detonation of mining explosives where all 47 workers were assumed killed. Also, it's mentioned that the ships can't be identified because they only travel by when it's dark. It's almost as if they're deliberately trying to hide themselves. Now, what reason would anyone have to be sailing around the waters of northwestern Greenland? Who would be doing that? Well, at this point you could assume that it's the xenoscience researchers, because all of the Xeno report documents are dated way after the closure of the mine. Maybe the mine was converted into a research station. Or a facility, like the one mentioned in the Rockworm research document. Anyway, there's one more news clipping from 1993, which reports about a peculiar event in which 100 square meters of tundra collapsed into a cavity underground. And it just so happens that this collapse happened in the vicinity of these mines. Experts say that it's improbable that something like this could happen without some kind of human interference. So it's obvious that, yeah, it's the Xenoscience guys. All the Xeno report documents are dated around the same time as this article. And what were they doing? Excavation. With explosives, probably. So at one point, one of the kablooies went a bit too hard, and then that happened. What we can gather from all of this is that the Xenoscience guys went and secretively established a research facility into this abandoned mine. By the way, I should mention I'm making these connections in hindsight, having obviously already played the games. On my first playthrough, I didn't figure most of this out because I didn't bother looking back at previous notes at the time. But the point is, I could have figured all this out if I wanted to. It just goes to show how well the story is told. All the pieces are there, and if you manage to piece it all together, you can possibly predict and figure out what's going on. This is also why I'm comprehensively covering every note, because I want to show you just how well these are thought out, and how much attention to detail the developers put into it all. That's the notes done with. Before we leave this laboratory, one more thing. In this room, there is a light switch, and when you flip it, insane scrawlings on the wall, written in ultraviolet ink, which is now visible because the light in this room is a UV light. Upon leaving the room, we get a transmission from Red where he basically reveals that these writings are from him. What does this tell us about him? Well, he's lonely, not a surprise, his head is lying to him, he's hurting, he thinks death isn't fun, and someone left him. Whatever that means. So, this laboratory was sort of like a lore dump. It has a very high concentration of shit to read. Though it makes sense why these notes specifically are right next to each other, since all of them are about the mine's history. I like reading and stories, so I have no problem with this. However, I can see how some could find this amount of reading absurd. Next we go to Shaft 13, where there's a note from 1972 written by a miner. The writer and 3 other miners were trapped in this locker room for days, and no one ever came to save them. The reason they got trapped was because while they were working on an ordinary day, one of the miners just suddenly snapped, went insane, started making weird noises and stuff, and then took a bunch of explosives and blew them up. This caused a massive structural failure, and it killed everyone in the mine. In the writing of this note, it's made apparent that the whole thing was unexpected. The person who went nuts seemed completely sane before, he just suddenly snapped. We can guess that the cause was the insanity-inducing substance in the rock. We then get another transmission from Red, in which he calls the miners his friends, which confirms that he was, in fact, a former worker of this mine. Also, I'm pretty sure Red ate his friends, cause their bodies aren't anywhere to be seen, not even bones. There's another piece of paper here which appears to be blank. However, if we go back to the laboratory and read it under the UV light, we'll see a code written in ultraviolet ink. This puzzle is pretty cool. My first thought when I saw the blank note was pretty much immediately, oh, the text is invisible, I need some sort of special light to see it. So I guess it was sort of obvious for me. However, despite that, I still think this deserves praise for other reasons. Instead of the UV light being an item, or some kind of specific object that you use the paper on, it's just the entire light in this room, and the solution is to read the note while in the light. I think that's a pleasantly unique way to execute this puzzle. On top of that, the solution is made less obvious by the fact that the UV light doesn't exist for the sole purpose of being the solution to this puzzle. It also shows you red scrawlings on the wall. I like it when things don't exist just to be the solution to a puzzle. It makes the world feel a bit more natural instead of some kind of artificial path you're being led through. Even though that's exactly what it is, but the point is that it's not supposed to feel like that. But anyway, the code written on the note lets us into the next area, and so we're done here. This iron mine area is an improvement from the previous area. The puzzles here are better and more enjoyable because some of them have some actual substance to them. I particularly enjoyed the refinery section. Something about that rapid succession of small conundrums is very stimulating. The enemies are marginally more challenging since the narrow hallways leave less room for error, literally and figuratively. Also, they sort of got rid of the crate exploit in this area, since there aren't any crates, just these big cages that are too tall to jump on. But unfortunately, there are these steam machinery things on the walls where you can basically do the exact same thing. In this area, they added these steam pipe cages around the map. There are traps you can use to kill the dogs. You throw some beef jerky in there, and then the nearest dog will smell it, even if they're very far away, since the dogs have a good sense of smell. Though that begs the question, how the hell can the dogs not smell the player? Anyway, once they're in the cage, you close the gate on them and pull the lever, and dog be gone. This gives the player another choice for how to deal with the dogs, as if we needed more. Unfortunately, I think it's a bit too easy to do. The whole process of luring them and trapping them should be more risky to make up for the huge reward that is killing the dog and never having to worry about it again. The dogs already aren't too hard to kill, and this is just another way to annihilate them. That'd be a good name for a song. K9 Annihilator. Anyway, maybe the intended challenge is figuring out how to use the traps in the first place. It's never directly explained to you. The game doesn't hold your hand, which is a good thing. By examining the steam pipes, you'll know that you can use these to kill the dogs, but beyond that, it's up to you to figure out how to do that. So maybe that balances it out somewhat, because I didn't even figure out how to use these on my first playthrough. Anyway, it's time to move on to the next area, Section C. I wonder if the name is supposed to be a joke? Like, Caesarean section? Anyway, in a transmission, Red says he's behind a wall of stone in the northeast of the mine, so we're gonna have to get rid of it. First destination in Section C is a place called Lake Utugag. I probably pronounced that completely wrong. This is a frozen underground lake. The name Utugag is supposedly Kalalisut, aka Greenlandic for ice that lasts year after year, or something along those lines. And, yeah, makes sense why they'd call it that. There's a backpack and a note in a puddle of blood. The note is the last will and testament written by one Joe Freeman. It's dated year 2000, which means this is somewhat recent. From the writings, we can gather that Joe Freeman, along with his friend Jono, came down here for some reason. Maybe they were explorers or something. They were trying to set up camp on the other side of this lake, and they needed timber to make a fire. So Jono went to this side of the lake to find some, but then he came back and he was acting strange and agitated. So agitated, in fact, that he attacked Mr. Freeman. Mr. Freeman. The scuffle caused the ice underneath them to break, and they fell into the water. They climbed up on the separate sides of the lake, and then Joe Freeman wrote this note. Now, why did Jono suddenly go insane and attack his friend? Well, there just so happens to be one of these artifacts on this side of the lake, and this is the side to which Jono went to search for timber. Maybe the artifact caused Jono to go insane. Although that would beg the question why we haven't gone insane yet. We've touched numerous artifacts so far, and we're fine. The cool thing here is that the note itself doesn't mention anything about the artifact. This is simply a connection you can make by being observant of the environment. Now, what you're supposed to do in this place is quickly jump across the broken sheets of ice before they sink so that you can retrieve an item on the other side. However, when you examine the ice, Philip says, "You won't catch me tricking across that," which is very misleading since that's exactly what you're supposed to do. I took that as, oh, I'm not supposed to walk across this, I need like an item or something. Thanks a lot, Philip, you fucking liar. Also, I feel that the way the ice breaks when you walk over it seems to also signal that you're not supposed to walk across it. It breaks in an almost straight line, it's unnatural. It's like it's drawing a line here, like you're not supposed to walk across here. And I also feel like logic dictates that you wouldn't be able to just jump off of a sinking sheet of ice to get past. Though, the game does actually give you a clue towards this. When we entered Section C, Red said this in a transmission.
On your travels through the tools with which you will fashion my rescue, you may discover the place of my last meal. Be careful. The shiny, solid floor of water is not as solid as it seems. Poor Red was almost swallowed whole.
I didn't pick up on that on my playthrough though, because I was hiding from a dog, so I wasn't really paying attention. Though that's just my fault, I guess. But yeah, I think they should have made it more clear what you're supposed to do here. It's not communicated well at all. Jumping across the broken ice sheets just goes against all my instincts, and it goes against what Philip says. On the other side of the lake, we find a crowbar in the grasp of the frozen hand of Jono. The item description says that this is Joe Freeman's crowbar, and yeah, that's a Half-Life reference. But weirdly, the model of the crowbar has text on it that says Freezer Crowbar. I'm guessing that's a typo or some kind of mistake. It's probably supposed to say Freeman's crowbar instead. Next we go to the chemical storage, where we find... Okay, I see.
Oh god, I'm gonna die!
A chase segment, and quite a good one at that. It isn't too hard, so it won't get tedious, which is a common problem in scripted chase sequences like this. But it's not too easy either. I died a couple of times, though obviously your mileage may vary. I think chase sequences should generally be pretty easy. You shouldn't die more than a couple of times. The point of it shouldn't be to be a big challenge, but rather to simply be a thrilling moment. By the way, this is the second and last rockworm encounter in the entire game. I suppose it's good that they didn't overuse them, but I don't think one more would have hurt too much. The rockworm's design isn't too original, it's just a giant worm monster, but it's still pretty creepy. I'd like to point out that it looks like a giant penis. Now, of course, every worm looks like a penis, but these rockworms especially resemble phallus because they have foreskin. Come on, look at it, that's fucking foreskin if I've ever seen it. And it even retracts, revealing the worm's gaping maw. It's weird and icky, and it makes them quite scary. Believe it or not, this will not be the last time we'll be seeing an enemy that is made scarier by relation to genitalia in these games. After that, we find chemicals in the chemical storage room. Who would have guessed? Along with a note which seems to cryptically describe how to use said chemicals. Now we can go to the northeast of this place, the Incinerator, and use the crowbar to pry the door open since it was stuck for some reason. Immediately we find the rock wall Red is trapped behind, which actually appears to be a cave-in. The path on the left leads to a laboratory in which we need to cook. A bomb. Philip mentions the explosives book. Yeah, remember that old thing? It's cool that they're utilizing an item that you've already had for a while. Though they shouldn't have made Philip remind the player of its existence. That sort of ruins it. Make part of the puzzle be remembering that you have this item. Anyway, back in the chemical storage room, we found 6 chemicals labeled A, B, C, D, E, F. There was also a note which shows what the chemicals are. There's also a strange phrase, badly administered dopamine clouds frequently everything. It doesn't mean anything except that the first letter of each word corresponds to the chemicals and their labels. At first you might think that this is the order in which you're supposed to combine all the chemicals. But no, you see, the bomb you have to make is Armstrong's mixture, and it only has 2 ingredients, barium and phosphorus, so all the other chemicals are just red herrings. On the list, phosphorus and barium are 3rd and 5th on the list respectively. If you apply the strange phrase to the list, then that tells you which chemical each letter corresponds to, and then we know that the correct combination is chemical D plus chemical F. This is by far the best and most challenging conundrum in the game, which makes sense since this is basically the last puzzle in the entire game. I only really figured it out while writing the script for this video. On my playthrough, I just solved it by guessing the right combination by luck. Which is a bad aspect of this. It's easy to just cheese it by trial and error and guesswork. If not for that, this would have been very cool, but now it's just plain cool. This is effectively the end of Section C. Something to note, the rockworm chase sequence and the following chemical puzzle are almost like the final bosses of this game in a way, since we are in fact nearing the end of the game. And so it is nicely climactic in terms of gameplay. Well, at least for the puzzles. The stealth is another story because there are still just a few dogs around. And unfortunately, there are still things you can jump on to do the exploit and kill the dogs really easily, so that hasn't changed. After descending down a flight of stairs, we see a metal door. The corridor to the right leads us to the incinerator room itself, and finally, we find Red.
Good evening. You actually came.
There is much that should leave my soapbox now, but words elude me. The underworld already beckons me, so I suppose one further misdemeanor will change little. It is false pretension, and not guiding light with which I have led you here. I cannot give you the answers you want. You may wish to find what it is you seek, but that is a fiction. You cannot know what it is you sought through the vast leaden doorway, or else you would seek anything else in the world. No, the key stays with me, in here, so the life that has led me, horrible as it may be, is better still than the life that waits for you, hungry behind those doors. As replacements go, you shall be admirably abnormal. But you must wonder why this metal burning chamber is talking to you, and the voice you knew only as Red. For it is I, your companion, residing within. You see, I have waited for this day so many years. They won't let me die. They and parts of my head are not my own, and I cannot take my life. It is against the rules. Please, the pain has gone on for so long. All I wanted was a friend, but now the time for chit-chats and marshmallows by the fire is ended, and I hope that soon so shall my life. I have knocked on the death's door for so long. Please, let him invite me in for tea.
One key thing to remember from his little speech there is when he says, "Parts of my mind are not my own." With the key that Red left us, we can open this door, which leads us to his room from which he has been broadcasting to us from this whole time. In a cupboard there is a note. It's a letter addressed to some unknown friend. It's dated 1970 and signed Tom Redwood, proper mine worker, age 14. This letter is written by Red. Red is simply a nickname derived from his surname, Redwood. Perhaps because at this point, he's not the same person he was before. Tom Redwood and Red are basically completely different people. From this letter, we get to know the story of Red. Red was a little boy in the year 1970 who apparently had to do child labor at this mine to make money for his family. One day, there was some kind of collapse that caused part of the cave's ceiling to cave in, and so he got stuck in an off-limits part of the mine. That's this part. This is the same cave-in that was mentioned in the Copenhagen Post article back in the laboratory, as we can deduce from the fact that both are from the same year. That news article was also about a Danish miner that went missing in these mines, so that was Red. Red is in fact the Danish guy. From 1970 to present day, aka the year 2001, for 31 years, Red lived in complete isolation in this cave. In this letter, Red also mentions bringing a bunch of books with him to the mine, and you can see all of them in this room. He says they're mostly the works of Shakespeare, Nietzsche, and Bronte. This explains why Red talks in such a verbose, poetic manner, utilizing lots of symbols. For 30 years, he read these same books over and over again. They were his only exposure to language for such a long time, so of course he's gonna adopt the type of speech you see in those books. This whole thing is pretty fucked up. Red was pretty much forced to do child labor, and then when he got trapped, the mine foreman barely made an effort to save him, as we can tell from the Copenhagen Post article. In this article, it stated that the mine foreman claimed that a full search of the mine was done, but that has to be a lie because that would also include the off-limits part of the mine, right? There's an artifact on this bookshelf that gives us a vision. The chains on his arms are visible now. Not there out of choice. Father looks on aghast. He clutches some notes, shaking hands. He knows what has come, what the man has released, the only one who could stop it. This is the last artifact and vision in the game. Basically, Howard was forced to open and unleash something horrifying. This may seem like strange storytelling from the game, and it is. They're just informing you of a pretty important event of the story, which they will retell you anyway in the future. But there's the thing, that's not the point of this. I believe the true purpose of these visions is to foreshadow the way these artifacts work, and by extension something they are connected to, which we will see later. In this last room, there's a noose. We know he tried to kill himself, but he couldn't for some reason. It's almost like there was some kind of third-party influence involved. Parts of my mind are not my own and all. Behind this shelf is an electrical panel from which you can cut the power to the metal door, and so we can venture on. Immediately in front of us on the ground is a note. Welcome to the shelter. We've heard of the shelter before, in the diary entries of that unknown guy back in the laboratory who was running away from the shelter. It says the shelter was established in 1973, 3 years after these mines were closed. The terms elevated caste and lower caste are used, and we've seen these terms before in the Xeno research documents. If you remember, back in the lab, there was also a news article about village folk complaining of noise pollution due to seaborne traffic. That article was dated 1974. The shelter was established in 1973. These Xeno researchers were the ones sailing those ships. Also, if you remember this Spider Hater note, and this specific Xeno research document from the second area, both of them mention an incident, something that caught the interest of these Xeno researchers, causing them to establish their facility down here. This incident probably refers to the incident that caused the mine to close, the one where a miner went crazy and blew the place up. Moving on, the second page is a list of members of the shelter. One of these names is familiar, Howard LaFriche, which is Philip's father. Also, it says that this document was last updated 18th of February, 2000. This is something so subtly horrifying because 2000 is very recent, since the present time is 2001. This document was last updated not too long ago. And obviously, we've seen human life down in this mine already, in the form of Red, sure, but that's just one guy. This is a whole list of people who might be here. And yes, the dates on the notes and the environment in general has been getting newer and newer as we've gone deeper, but you're not really expecting something dated under a year ago. I don't know if this was intentional, but it's just so scary to me because it's like, oh shit, I'm really not alone down here, am I? You'd think that would be a comfort, but no. Would you rather be alone in an abandoned mine in northwestern Greenland with a bear or a man? Yeah, I'll take the bear, thanks. Anyway, descending to the bottom of the staircase, you enter a long hallway, and this is the first humanoid thing you see in the entire game. Up until now, there has been nothing even vaguely human-shaped. As you could hear from my reaction, it is an absolutely terrifying sight. And finally, when you approach it, and that is Penumbra Overture. Now, I know what you may be thinking. What the hell, barely anything happened in this game. And you'd be right. In terms of story, not a lot happens in Overture. The only real notable events are Red's story and the ending. The rest of it is just set up for the next game, due to which I won't be analyzing the story fully yet. I'll do that once we've covered all the games. Also, it makes sense when you look at the name of the game, Penumbra Overture, an introduction to something more substantial. But in my opinion, the storytelling in this first game is great, and it's just as good in the sequel. Even though there is very little concrete narrative advancement, they lay so many seeds and clues that tell you about the history of the mine, the story of Red, and things that hint towards the future events in the sequel. And the game doesn't hold your hand through it, it's up to the player to use their own mind to piece it all together. A lot of the notes we read in this game will be in some form relevant in the next game, which suggests that the story was somewhat well planned out. As I've said before, this makes the world of the game feel more believable, because the story doesn't feel artificial, none of it feels expository, it just feels like you're discovering these old documents and uncovering the ancient history of this mine. And I know that what they've done with the story is nothing groundbreaking, even for the time when it was released. It's not hard to just lay notes that are only relevant in the sequel. That's just risky. It's not difficult to place all the notes out of chronological order so that the player has to piece it together himself. But just because it's easy to do doesn't mean it's bad. Just because it's hard doesn't mean it's good, giggity. They just made the story a bit more interesting in a few simple ways. Red is a pretty fun character. His dialogue is very well written. He also gives the player a tangible goal to work towards other than just getting deeper into the mine. And they managed to somehow implement him in a way that doesn't hinder the horror aspect much. You'd think that having a companion like this would ruin the atmosphere, tone, and feeling of loneliness, but no, it doesn't. Not noticeably anyway. This is because he isn't really a comforting character. You're made to be somewhat unsure of Red's true intentions. He speaks so strangely, and at times it's difficult to discern his tone. He seems very unstable because he is insane. This goes along with the general theme and feeling of the game, of discovering the unknown, discovering the history of this old mine, and discovering this old guy who speaks in old English, and who you just can't seem to understand. You don't understand who he really is, what he's talking about half of the time, or his motives, up until the end anyway. And even after we witness his death and read his letter, we still know very little about him. The unknown is going to be a recurring theme in this series. By the way, here's a random idea I have. What if at any time there was a slight chance for Red to randomly start transmitting to you, and then you just hear breathing? Red accidentally turns his radio on, or it's a malfunction or something. That would be really creepy, and it would catch you off guard since it happens randomly. The game could do with some more random ambient sounds in general, because as it stands, there's just a singular ambient track playing at any given time. A horror game that uses ambient sounds pretty well is SCP Containment Breach. That game has a multitude of random sound effects that can play at any time, though they are a bit overused there. Either way, these sounds keep you on your toes, and they're likely quite easy to implement, so I don't see why they didn't do that here. On the topic of audio, let's talk about the game's music. The composer is Mikko Tarmia. The ambient tracks are great, no complaints there. When there's a dog nearby, the ambient music changes to this more intense theme. The tribal-sounding percussion along with that occasional growling makes it sound sort of animalistic to me, if you get what I mean. And that's fitting since what we're dealing with is dogs and spiders. The gameplay doesn't evolve much during the span of the game. There's a lack of enemy variety, and there is strange map design, which work together to create rather boring stealth scenarios at times. I think the dogs patrol too small of an area. There's too much safe, unused space. Also, the existence of the standing on top of a crate exploit is a very ugly blemish on the face of this game, and its existence leads me to believe that this game was not very thoroughly tested. But here's hoping that most people would choose not to use the exploit, even if they know about it, since obviously if you cheat it's not going to be fun. In terms of puzzles, this game is a very mixed bag. There are a few really good ones like the Morse code puzzle in the second area and that last chemical puzzle, and a majority of them are just fine, unremarkable, but some of them are just nothing burgers that involve getting an item from a storage room, and the item is just there on a shelf, and then you use that item on some object. Yeah, that's the first step to making a puzzle, but you forgot the part where either the item is challenging to obtain, or it isn't plainly obvious what to use the item on. Or both. Now, with all that being said, I personally don't mind the lacking gameplay all that much. The way I see it, this is a very narrative and story-heavy game. It's more of an experience, and it's also focused on horror more. I feel it's more about immersing yourself in the world and the story. The puzzles are just complementary. Though they advertised a game emphasizing on survival and problem solving, so, there are certain expectations that people might have. The horror aspect of Overture is actually a bit lacking as well. Though the game's environments have a great thick atmosphere, that alone is enough to keep you on your toes. A big problem is that the enemies are not threatening, since it's just dogs and spiders, the latter of which is not a threat at all. The dogs are a threat if they come in numbers, however, due to the aforementioned problems relating to stealth, the dogs are too easy to avoid and sneak past. I also think there's a bit too much downtime and safe space in this game. The points of interest never have any enemies in them, ever. They are always a guaranteed safe space. Of course, a first-time player won't know that, though they might get used to it after a while. This would then be a good opportunity to catch the player off guard. They think they're safe and then boom, dog comes in the room or something. But no, they never do that. Could have been perfect in, for example, the storage room of the second area. All you'd have to do is tweak the design of the room just a bit. Something else Overture tries to do is resource management. This can be a good way to add tension to a game, cause it'll make you worry if your supplies will last you till you find more. But this game doesn't really succeed at doing it. See, you've got a flashlight, right? Like in every horror game in the observable universe. It obviously needs batteries, and it happens to be an old flashlight, as said by Philip. So you'd think that the batteries would run out fast, right? Well, no. And it's not just that they don't drain fast, the main problem is that the flashlight is useless. Most of the time it isn't so dark that you need to use it, and I don't believe the problem is on my end, because whenever I'd have a play session, I'd turn off the lights in my room and turn the brightness on my monitors all the way down. But furthermore, even when it is a bit too dark, like when you're trying to read a map, you can just whip out the glow stick, which is infinite use. The glow stick is supposed to be a fallback option for when you run out of batteries, which you never will. But the thing is, from my experience, the glow stick is actually better than the fucking flashlight. Sure, maybe the flashlight has more range, but it only lights up whatever you point it at. The glow stick, however, makes a radius of light around you. Not as strong as the flashlight, but it's strong enough. And as if that wasn't enough, you also have flares, which I don't really get the point of. We don't need this many light sources. Oh, and another thing you have to manage is your beef jerky, which is somewhat scarce. There's maybe a little under 30 pieces of it in the entire game. But as I said, the stealth isn't very difficult, so chances are you won't need to use very many of them. So after all that, it might seem like Penumbra Overture isn't a terribly good game. It's all build-up and zero payoff. People might not play the sequel at all. They might not even finish this first game because of how slow it is. It's true. On its own, Penumbra Overture is kind of a piece of shit. But there is a silver lining to all this. The way the story builds up in the first game is amazing because it pays off in a very special way in the sequel. The value of Overture is only apparent when judged as a small part of something bigger, that being the entire Penumbra series. And so it's time to move on to the other parts of Penumbra. At the menu, you can tell that this game's presentation is better. The logo looks better than the previous impact font shit they had going on in Overture, and the new rendition of the main theme is a beautiful piece that greatly expands upon the one from the first game. To start off, Black Plague also has a tutorial, however it's not part of the real game itself, it's just this separate optional thing, which is good. People who have played the first game don't have to waste time since they already know how to play, and monsters who play sequels without playing the previous games in the series can go through this little segment to learn, which even then doesn't take that long. Wait, what? Black Plague? Black Plague? Come on guys, learn to read and write. Anyway, a particularly good part of this tutorial is when it teaches you how to sneak. It doesn't actually show you any enemies, it just tells you how to hide in the dark, so it doesn't spoil the surprise. Again, you're told that you need to hide, but not from what, just like in the first game. Then there's this recap cutscene where Philip summarizes what happened in Overture. I don't like that they show an illustration of Red here. It doesn't make sense. We never see him in any of the games, but then there's just this piece of official artwork that shows him for some reason. After that, the game begins for real. You wake up in a room after you got knocked out, and we're already hearing some weird shit. Somebody just got killed, and that sounded like an actual human. Unlike the thing that killed him, which sounds like a zombie or something, I don't know. The game doesn't pull any punches here in the beginning. It starts building tension very quickly, which makes sense since the entire first game was building up to this. In a drawer, there's a note. Between light and shadow exists an entire world. That world is necessarily our own. Get out. Now. Up until now, I've neglected to talk about the name of the game, Penumbra. Penumbra is a term for a certain part of a shadow. There are 3 parts of a shadow, the umbra, penumbra, and entumbra. The penumbra is in the middle of light and shadow. With that, it's apparent that this note is thematically significant, and thus I'll refer back to it later. Moving on, to get out of this room, you have to open this vent, which is screwed shut. There's a coin in a locker, however, it's too thick to fit the screws, so you put it in this vise, crush it smaller, and then you can open the vent with it. The coin is literally the only item in the room besides your glow stick and notebook, so it's very trivial, but I guess this is just to make sure you know how to use items. Just like the beginning of Overture, the game immediately has you interacting with the game world, this time even faster than in Overture. On the other side of the vent, there's another note. It's written by Neil Oswald, one of the people mentioned in the note at the end of Overture, the one about the shelter. We are in the shelter now, by the way, if it wasn't already obvious. This note mentions Howard, Philip's father, and some cure that he's working on. Also, according to this, if we follow these red arrows, it'll lead us to some mess hall in which a so-called stronghold has been set up. Putting the coin into this vending machine gives us a soda, which we will need. Not for drinking, obviously, but something completely different. Continuing on into more vents, you get to this part. This one actually got me pretty good. I was scared to drop down into this room because I was afraid the thing was going to come back. As you will come to see, the game manages to build tension and fear swiftly. It quickly starts to make up for the lack of scariness in the first one. Moving on, there's this cold air blocking your way in the vents, so you go to this refrigerator room and you'll have to use the cold soda can to make this thermostat's reading go down, and so the pipes will stop spewing cold air. Again, there's only one possible item to use here, and pretty much one possible thing to use it on, the thermostat, so it's a trivial task. I suppose its purpose is to show you that sometimes items are used for more than one thing? Or maybe it's just shit. After that, we find Neil Oswald, who is dead. Next to him is a note, which is a medical report that details the developing symptoms of a patient who has some unknown infection. Some of the mentioned symptoms are disorientation, déjà vu, and abnormal noises, such as disembodied voices. We got disoriented back in the vents. It was as if we walked through that one bit of the vents twice. And we've been hearing disembodied whispers since the beginning of the first game. You know, just saying. Also, it's mentioned that the infected patient had to be bolted down and then sort of executed. There's an interesting line. I wonder to what extent he could still be considered a man. You might start to catch on to what's going on here. They're dancing around it a bit, so it's still mildly subtle, which is good. Also, there's a pretty good scare here. Next, there's this door and another jump scare. Fucking hell, dude. Okay. Now, if we count that whispering from Neil's corpse as a jump scare, then this is already 3 jump scares so far. You might be inclined to call this cheap, but when you take into consideration the lack of jump scares in the first game, I think this is fine. Actually, this is the last jump scare in the entire game. It's sort of a unique approach. They do all the jump scares here in the beginning, but then the rest of the game is all fair horror, no cheap stuff. So, they use it as a tool to kickstart the tension, in a way. Anyway, this door is locked with a device that requires blood, but only trusted blood, and our blood is not trusted. So we go to the right here and make our way to this room where we find alcohol, along with a cassette player and a cassette tape.
My name, Eloff Carpenter. Rank, elevated. Status, Code C, imprisoned. Observing the Tuurngait movement, I predict that it will be my cell they visit next. To my knowledge, I am the last remaining member of the Elevated at this facility, and so it falls upon me to ensure that Xeno protocol is not compromised. For that reason, I record here the only way I have discovered to neutralize the viral. The species' primary weakness is please!
So there's a bit to unpack here. First of all, they called the monster Tuurngait. If you remember, at the very beginning of the first game, in the first Copenhagen Post article, it was mentioned that the Greenland locals believe the problems at the mine to be caused by Inuit spirits called Tuurngait. Tuurngait are an actual thing from Greenland mythology. They are shaman spirits. Sometimes they're described as good, helpful spirits, and sometimes they're described as evil. Next, they mentioned a Xeno protocol, which confirms that all those Xeno research documents in the first game are written by these shelter people. After this, I was so scared shitless, I had to actually stop and breathe for a moment. I don't remember ever being this unsettled by a horror game before, or any horror media for that matter. It might seem stupid, but you've gotta understand something. I don't know if it was intentional, but the lack of payoff and scariness, and the general mediocrity of the first game, ends up working in favor of Black Plague. The first game gets your guard down, because it's not that scary, but then you go into Black Plague and it goes from 0 to 100 real fast. It catches you off guard. Penumbra Overture is the video game equivalent of edging. The entirety of the first game is them teasing you, and then in the sequel, Frictional Games just blows their load all in your face, because Penumbra Black Plague is possibly one of the greatest video game sequels of all time, and I'm only being pretty hyperbolic. Of course, I don't advocate that game developers do this more often, because in general, it is not a good idea to make your game nothing but build up to a future title. But it's just that in the case of Penumbra, this ends up working very well. But if anyone wants to take the risk, then go ahead. Next, you go into this one room to retrieve a syringe, but then this happens. This is our first encounter with the Tuurngait infected. I'd like to point out their sound design. The sound design in this game is good in general, but specifically the noises these infected make are amazing. Those growls and snarls are so visceral, they're so uncomfortable to listen to. Also, the only hiding spot here is behind this desk, and it just so happens that from this angle you can't really see the monster. And even if you could, looking at it would break your stealth. Yeah, that's something I don't think I've mentioned yet. You can't look directly at enemies in stealth, because Philip will piss his pants and hyperventilate loudly, alerting the enemies. This was also a thing in Overture. This is good because it plays into the fear of the unknown. The monster is a bit scarier when you can't quite get a good look at it. Anyway, we just got a syringe so we can go back to this door locked with the blood lock. But you obviously need trusted blood for it. Good thing there's a trusted corpse right in this very same room. Though the syringe is old and clogged with dried blood, so you use the alcohol to clean it. Then you can take Neil's blood and open the door with it. Now, first of all, the alcohol part is completely pointless. You could remove it and nothing would be lost. At least in terms of gameplay. Maybe it's there to make sure that you visit the room with the tape recorder, since it has important story information. And maybe in terms of realism it matters. It makes sense. This place seems old and dilapidated, so the syringe would obviously be old and filled with dried blood. Now we get to the mess hall, which Neil Oswald in his notes said to be a stronghold. However, there is no stronghold here anymore, as told by this note. They headed for the surface through the mines, and they mention a scientist that did the same thing a while ago before them. That scientist is probably the Spider Hater, or the other scientist who we read about in the Rockworm Laboratory. Pretty cool that we're still referring to distant details from the first game. More importantly, we get a clearer idea of what's going on down here. A year ago, the scientists released the so-called Tuurngait virus, and so they've just been trying to survive that endemic down here. Even on paper, it's a terrifying idea, being isolated miles underground with a bunch of zombie monsters. This note also mentions Howard again, and it said that he claimed to have found a cure to the virus. To progress, we have to open this door. According to the instructional poster, the door will open in the event of an emergency. There's also a barrel full of crap drenched in gasoline, and if you look at the roof, you'll see sprinklers. So you drag the barrel next to this broken fuse box, pull the lever, which causes sparks, lighting the crap on fire, which causes the sprinklers to go off, and thus the door opens because an emergency is detected. This is a great puzzle because it requires you to be attentive and observant of the environment. The solution isn't apparent, and you have to piece together all these clues, all of which are subtle, but not too subtle. It's perfect. I mean, shit, this is probably the best puzzle in the entire series so far. Took them long enough to get their act together. Furthermore, it has multiple solutions. You can use the fuse box to light the crap on fire, or you can also use a flare, which is what I did. The fact that they thought of that shows some nice attention to detail. Unfortunately, this is only one of few instances in which a puzzle has multiple solutions. After that, we get to this kitchen. In a cupboard, there's this, a strange artifact. These are collectibles hidden throughout the game. For collecting all of them, you get a code for a password-locked zip file in the game files that contains some fun stuff. Unfortunately, it's kind of a shitty collectible in my opinion. I don't really get the point. I think it's there to add some illusion of replayability. You can't really backtrack in this game, previous areas get locked off, so if you miss one, you won't know it, and then you're fucked. There's no way you're gonna find them all on your first playthrough, and I sincerely doubt you'll do a second playthrough just to get all of them. So technically that makes it worse than a Ubisoft collectible, because at least those you can collect at any time, right? Anyway, the note back there mentioned that Howard had converted the kitchen into an office, and this is it. The first thing we find is a flashlight. Finally. Thankfully, they have slightly improved the flashlight in that the battery drains somewhat faster. However, it's still not fast enough. I only had to replace the batteries once during my entire playthrough. The glow stick is still far too useful. More importantly, there's a projector which shows this image. It's a timeline of pretty much all the relevant lore and plot events until now. This is bad. I hate this. Why did they do this? Now, maybe I'm just butthurt because I started writing a timeline just like this one after I beat Overture, but then this exists, so my work was a waste of time. But still, this is hand-holding, and I don't like hand-holding. They were doing so good up until now. All of the information on this timeline is something we have already managed to deduct based on all the notes we've read across the first game. There was no need for this, it just ruins the mystery, and it's boring storytelling. Though there is one piece of new, important information at the end here, where it says 3rd March, 2000. Primary excavation uncovers Tuurngait tomb. Excavation continued despite protests from Howard Lafriche. 27th April, 2000. Investigation of Tuurngait tomb scheduled by Chief Overseer Wilbur Frisk. So it seems what happened here is that the scientists dug too deep, literally and figuratively, and they unleashed the Tuurngait virus from the so-called Tuurngait tomb. Unleashed. Howard resisted the idea of disturbing the tomb. That's right, the visions in the first game, the visions we saw from all the artifacts. What we saw in them was Howard being forced by a cohort to open the hatch, portal, hole, door, whatever it is. The cohort is Wilbur Frisk. The hatch, portal, hole, door thing is the gateway to the Tuurngait tomb. And that's it. All the visions in the first game were foreshadowing the event in which they uncovered the Tuurngait tomb. Also, one last thing. The word archaic has been mentioned twice now. That's what these scientists are called as a collective. It's the name of their organization. Next, you find a passage to a sewer system under a crate. And then, this happens. We're sent into a sort of dream sequence inside Philip's mind. There's a clever puzzle here. There's a picture on a wall which shows this room, however some objects are placed differently. You have to make the room match the picture. Not very hard to figure out, but the idea alone is cool. The rest of this sequence consists of puzzles that aren't noteworthy. It's clear they tried to make this sequence as grotesque as possible. Everything looks dirty, there are these weird veins covering everything, hands on the walls that you have to crack. A room that gets filled with a pool of blood. Some examination dialogues also contribute to this. A dog teeming with maggots, a valve with blood prints all over it, a spider egg with a slippery and leathery texture. That's another example of how great it is that you can examine pretty much anything in the environments of these games. It works almost exactly like a book. In books, there's often a lot of meticulous description of little objects and other details that immerse you into the atmosphere and the environment of the book. These examination dialogues work in the same exact way. I think more games should do this. It's a rather easy way to enrich the world of your game. Anyway, at the end of this sequence you get chased by a rockworm. But you can't die if it catches you, it just shatters. We then wake up and we hear a voice speaking to us, the same voice we heard before and during that Mindscape sequence.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? What am I doing here? Who am I? Why can't I hear their voices? Well, thanks for the help. I'm having an existential nightmare and you can't even say a word.
Now we exit the sewers and enter this office. I'd like to just quickly point out what Philip says when you use this artifact here. Every time, it's harder to pull out. Every time, I feel more of myself inside. They knew what they were doing. Anyway, there's this computer here, and someone is video calling the computer.
Wow, you look like you've crawled through a sewer to get here. I suppose I'm flattered. Hi, I'm Amabel Swanson, and I suppose I'll be your guide for the day. Hello? Can you hear me? I think the transmission's only one way. I've got a webcam. Pull a silly face if you can hear me. Oh, very attractive. Okay, we're on. There's some things you need to know.
Sure. Whatever you say, lady.
We released a virus. It wiped us out. 3 weeks ago, we tried to get out through the mines, but it didn't work the way we'd planned. I think one of the Inuit workers made it, but others were taken. Some panicked and got lost. I ran, and when I stopped, I was on my own. Oh, and another symptom is déjà vu. The only chance we have is a man called Howard. He said he'd found a solution to the virus. His vitals last registered in the library, but only members of the organization have access. I'm still seeing a few life signs in the residential quarter. You need to find a survivor and get through into the library. Oh, and look out for our medical guy, Richard Eminis. He was acting strangely when I last saw him. What else don't you know? Let's see. Watch out for signs of infection.
Present and accounted for.
Did you say something? Look, the symptoms we know about are paranoia and oral distortion. Oh, and another symptom is déjà vu.
Enough already. My sides are splitting.
Well, I think that's everything you need to know. I'm sending over some research on the virus, and I'll get some doors open for you. Maybe now we can shoot the shit.
Alright, so first of all, I think this is some poor voice acting. This Amabel lady sounds pretty calm, almost jovial, which is strange considering the situation she's in. You'd think that a person who's been stuck miles underground in a facility with a zombie virus for a year would sound a bit more, I don't know, tired? Maybe just a bit under the weather? The line delivery in general is just awkward, though maybe this is intentional. Maybe it's supposed to be a bit unsettling that she's so calm in this situation. Maybe it's supposed to make you think that maybe she knows something we don't. I mean, she doesn't. She doesn't end up being a bad guy or anything. but maybe this is supposed to make you think of that possibility. If that is the case, then it didn't work on me. I was personally just confused and irked by the strange acting. It's also incredibly jarring how she just starts immediately blasting you with information as if she was expecting you. She doesn't seem surprised at all. It's blatantly expository, and again, as with the timeline thing, most of the information she gives us is something we could already deduct based on the notes we've read so far. Amabel also sent us a text file which tells us more about the Tuurngait virus. Here's an interesting bit about the final symptom of the virus. Just before becoming fully catatonic, the infected report strange out-of-body experiences. They've likened these to being chased through a series of their own memories, some kind of mental obstacle course. These reports inevitably end in the patient being swallowed by some inescapable dark force, shortly after which we lose them for good. If these experiences are, as they seem to be, some form of mental representation of the infection process, we can only theorize as to what might occur were the patient to escape the hallucination. So it's obvious that what we just experienced back in the sewers was exactly what is described here. The inescapable dark force for Philip was the rockworm. But we actually escaped it since it just shattered, and so we didn't turn into an infected. Now, that's cool and all, but this is another case of the game over-explaining stuff to the player. We literally just had that Mindscape sequence a few minutes ago, and they're already explaining it to us. They're holding our hand, and it's immersion breaking. I realized it immediately when I got to this part. It's just so jarring. Oh wow, how convenient that we happen to stumble upon this exact information directly after experiencing the thing. When we leave the office, the voice speaks to us again.
If we must continue to share this brain space, I think I should have a name. Strange. So rare an opportunity to select one's own nomenclature, and yet I find myself at a loss. Any ideas, monkey? So much storage in this mind of yours. Did you realize you got an entire section in here devoted to film titles? 3,103 and a half films you've seen? You only got the first half of It's a Wonderful Life in here. Oh, how does it end? Now I'll never know. You know, Clarence, that's not a bad handle. I am something of a guardian angel.
It's a Wonderful Life is a movie from 1946 about a guy called George Bailey who wants to kill himself, but then God sends down a guardian angel named Clarence Oddbody to stop him. So that's where Clarence gets his name from. Oh, and in case you were wondering, no, I don't think there's any thematic connection between Penumbra and It's a Wonderful Life. Not anything that I could gather anyway by watching the movie. So I think the writer just likes this movie, I guess. Now, after all of that, what we've just gone through is essentially the intro to the game. Though a good thing is that it doesn't heavily feel like that. The game pretty much begins as soon as it begins. There's no dawdling around. You're in the gameplay loop straight off the bat, reading notes and doing puzzles, albeit incredibly trivial ones. Though I admit the pacing here is a bit weird. A lot has already happened. We've been rapidly blasted with information, lots of notes, and the timeline and Amabel's call, all in relatively quick succession. It's actually kind of hectic. One might feel that it's even too fast of a start in terms of story. It feels perhaps a tad bit ineloquent. But it steadies off after this. The intro is just a kickstart to the game. So, Black Plague is thankfully not as formulaic as the first game. We are yet again in an open area with points of interest at the edges of the map. But apart from this, there's only one other open hub area. Basically, the game goes like this. You have the beginning we just went through, then there's two open hub areas with a short linear segment between them, and that's it. It might sound like the game is shorter than the first one, but as you'll see, Black Plague is simply more dense in content, and the content is of greater value and substance. Our objective is to get into the library, however it's locked with both a retinal scanner and a palm scanner. So first we go to Computer Central, where we find Richard Eminis, the man Amabel spoke of.
I remember why you're here. Dr. Swanson has filled me in. I recall every single syllable of our conversation. There was ever so slight an inflection in her tone that suggested she no longer trusted me. Why ever dinosaur extinction 65 million years ago, would she think that? We share the same history. You and I are history. I recall the day of my birth, 18th of September, 1964, 3.46993412, recurring minutes past 9. I remember my mother looking surprised as I poked my head out into the world for the first time. You need a security-registered palm. Something I can provide. You need it at the library. Something beyond my reach. When I became infected by those mindless zombies, I split off from the others and secured myself here. I cannot leave. Nonetheless, you will need a hand. I will not. Bring me a saw. I recall seeing one on my first day here, 3 years ago. Climate change of 10 degrees over the past 1 million years. Walk east and take the first door on your right.
There are others. He's like you, like us, yet he is not us. Why is he separate and yet we are bound together? Are we truly a we, or are we simply an I with two faces? But I am no monkey.
Clarence just said, he is like you. That probably refers to the fact that both Philip and Richard Eminis are infected with the Tuurngait virus. He also says, like us, so he's referring to himself as well. Though it was already obvious that he has something to do with the virus because he appeared right around the Mindscape sequence. You know, one of the symptoms for the virus was disembodied voices. There's nothing else we can do in this room yet. We need to go get a saw for Dr. Eminis from elsewhere. On the way to our next destination, there's this little closet room in which there is a framed note behind glass. It tells us a bit more about the Archaic. It says the Archaic was founded in the year 1519 by Francesco Melzi, along with Leonardo da Vinci. These are, in fact, real people in real life, in case you didn't know. In the Penumbra universe, Leonardo da Vinci held a bit more esoteric knowledge, and he formed a movement which is now referred to as the Archaic. But it's so secretive that it doesn't even have an official name. Archaic is just a colloquial term. Here is what is essentially a mission statement for the Archaic. To locate, understand, and protect xeno evidence and life forms. Additionally, at the end, it states that the Archaic has 203 installations worldwide. This gives some insight into the true scale and scope of the Archaic. This facility, the shelter, is simply one small part of something much bigger. Anyway, next up we go to this place on the map, and we find the handsaw that we need for Dr. Eminis. When you pick it up, a Tuurngait infected comes and starts circling the outside of the room you're in as a scripted event. This is a genuinely good change. In the first game, I complained that the enemies patrolled the same small areas constantly, and so it got very repetitive, doing the same stealth scenarios over and over again. But in this game, it's a lot more dynamic. In the first open hub area, there aren't any unscripted enemies anywhere. Instead, there's just this encounter and one other encounter. That doesn't mean there's a lack of enemy encounters though, because another great improvement in this game is that the points of interest can also include enemy encounters, and often do, especially in this first area. You're also probably not going to be expecting that, since in the first game, points of interest were safe spaces, so it's even more effective. Also, now is as good of a time as any to mention the combat system, or rather, the lack thereof. In this game, the developers elected to remove weapons in combat entirely, most likely due to negative feedback from players of the first game. This ends up being a good decision, since now the enemies are actually a true threat. There is no way to kill them or even hurt them. You can still throw objects at them to stun them a bit, but you'll never get rid of them. The enemies are also threatening because if you are sighted by a Tuurngait infected, they will actually chase you throughout the entire map if they have to. Though you can still lose them if you manage to get far enough, so it could still be better. I think the only way to get them off your trail should be to hide. Despite obtaining the saw, I didn't go straight back to Computer Central. Instead, I went to the storage room. This room consists of a very easy physics puzzle, though that didn't stop me from dying to it. Clarence makes us hallucinate a box here, which he later turns into a spider illusion to scare us. This is a nice bit of foreshadowing for the future, showing us Clarence's capabilities. Then there's a note here. Firstly, this part is interesting. Fact. Translator Lafriche, in his ignored efforts to prevent the release of the virus, correctly predicted the virus was capable of manipulating the host's motor neuron functions. This suggests that the Archaic were aware of what was inside the Tuurngait tomb even before they opened it. My guess is that they gained this knowledge through their so-called divination techniques, if you remember the existence of that, which was mentioned in a Xeno research document in the first game. Even more interesting is this theory part. Were an instance of the infection controlled and sustained, we may find that A, the virus seeks to keep its host alive in whatever way possible, suicide would be against the rules, and that B, the virus gains control over some or all sensory faculties, facilitating just such an objective. Suicide would be against the rules, huh? So, if you remember Red, he had us kill him in the Incinerator, and turns out that was because he couldn't do it himself. He said,
They won't let me die. They have parts of my head are not my own, and I cannot take my life. It is against the rules.
Also, there was an unused noose in his room, and writing on the wall saying, "Let me die, please." The evidence is strong. Red was infected by the Tuurngait virus. On the next page, there are some more theories. Were the virus unable to fully take hold, it may develop some partitioning of the host's consciousness, effectively perverting a small corner of the host's mind into a form of secondary personality. This is probably close to what we're experiencing with Clarence. Speaking of which, he doesn't seem to like any of this.
I'm not you. I'm part of something larger. We are nothing. We are a mistake. I need to rejoin them. Release me. Let me out. This is not right. I should be with them. I am them. There should be no I. Yet, this is not the first time. Another was infected. Red. He so wanted to, but we would not let him die.
What he says somewhat contradicts part of the note we just read. Clarence doesn't seem like a secondary personality. He's more like a completely separate entity. And also, yeah, no, they just straight up tell us that Red was infected. Why? Why was that something they needed to spell out? They should have kept it more vague. I mean, the note already made it a bit more obvious, but at least that would have been better than treating the player like an idiot. Last thing in this room, we find a gas mask. After leaving the storage room, there's this door here, and... something coming.
Yeah! Feast on him, brother! Free us both!
What the fuck, dude? I saw it. This is a good scare. The first time you pass this door on your way to the storage room, you hear a sound behind it, and Philip remarks on that upon examining the door. But the event only triggers after you've completed the storage room. So by the time you're done with that, the door and the sound behind it is already likely out of your mind, and you recall it only when you get to the door, at which point the event is impending. In total, you don't have much time to prepare for it, so even if you predicted it, I reckon you'll still get scared by it like I did. Now, since we have the gas mask, we can go to the machine room, which is behind a hallway filled with gas. Then you head to this room with a corpse in it. What follows is a pretty cool segment involving one of our old friends, a rockworm. As the rockworm reaches through the walls, you've got to dodge it and wait until it breaks through this specific part with an electrical cable in front of it. Then you can pull this lever and electrocute the worm to death. This in itself is fine. Being in such close quarters with the rockworm makes for a very tense scene. But with that being said, there's a few problems. When you enter this room, there's a corpse, which eventually falls down as the grating breaks, to which Clarence remarks,
"Let me guess. That was an important corpse."
Now, am I stupid for thinking that means the corpse was important? As you can see, the room is locked with a palm scanner, so I interpreted that as, oh, I need to quickly use the handsaw to saw off the corpse's hand before it falls down. But no, instead, when you kill the worm, it just conveniently spits out a hand. Whose hand is this? Is this the hand of the corpse that just fell down? If so, how do we not hear the worm moving below us where the corpse fell down to? Either way, what Clarence says is misleading and unnecessary. It shouldn't be there. Another little detail on the way to the next point of interest, there's a blackboard with a news article attached to it relating to malnutrition and food supplements. Across the first game, there were food ration cans around the place, though those are probably leftovers from when the mine was still active. So I believe the implication is that the archaic has been surviving off of food supplements down here. Although that's likely not possible in real life, this is the archaic we're talking about. Maybe they have access to some kind of advanced futuristic food supplements that you can actually eat and solely survive off of. As for hydration, they have tap water. Anyway, next we go back to Computer Central to give Dr. Eminis the handsaw. And this is what happens.
Good. It has been precisely 12 days, 11 hours, 39 minutes, and 12.4 seconds since something good last happened.
Brother, come for us! He's over here! Embrace me, glorious void! Embrace me!
This is perhaps the scariest moment I have experienced in any game ever. Now, in a way, it's predictable. Amabel Swanson remarked that Dr. Eminis had started acting strange, and so she distanced herself from him. Dr. Eminis also said that
we share the same history.
And I believe he's referring to the Tuurngait virus there. Both he and Philip are infected by it, yet both of them are also apparently not zombies, since, as Amabel said, Eminis also survived the trials inside of his mind, just as Philip did. That last point in particular may make you question whether or not Eminis is a zombie. He sure didn't sound like one, and he survived the trials just like us, so why would he be? Now, that's already good enough at getting your guard down for the scare, but in my case, I was completely oblivious. The thought of him being a zombie hadn't crossed my mind at all from what I recall. Furthermore, the room itself does not at all look like it would be the locale for a stealth section. It just looks mundane. At first, it's a lit-up normal room, and you don't expect a room to turn unsafe like this, especially what with the precedent that was set by the first game. This is where the game teaches you that you cannot trust it. Unlike in the first game, the points of interest can and often do contain threats. You can never be sure if you're truly safe or not, which massively benefits the horror aspect. Speaking of horror aspect, penises. Something I noticed here is that the Tuurngait infected appear to have penises. If you remember, I remarked that the rockworms are made scarier by the fact that they look phallic. Similarly, I feel as though the infected look a lot scarier what with their schlong hanging out. They already look pretty nasty, but the weird penis makes it so much more worse. It's almost like body horror to me. I simply don't like genitalia. It makes me uncomfortable. See, that's why these are actually the only really scary zombies in any game I've played, or any art for that matter. It's because they're fucking naked. How many games can you name where the zombies are actually naked and fully modeled? Other than hentai games. They always seem to have clothes on. I think more horror games should have enemies with genitalia. Another good example is Fear and Hunger, which I haven't played, but I know it has enemies with dicks, and they're pretty creepy. Though, that might be more because of what they do to you with those dicks. Oh, and I know it's not confirmed whether or not it's a penis on the Tuurngait infected. I heard someone claim that it's an umbilical cord, but that doesn't make any sense. Why would they have umbilical cords? Like, these are people that got infected and turned into these things. But come on, it looks like a penis. It's phallic, and that's all that matters. Anyway, back to the main topic. Because of the power outage, the door out of this place won't open. To solve that, you need to fix this server. But to do that, you have to first deal with the threat of the zombie. You must wait for the zombie to walk into the server room and then lock it in there. I had to cheat and Google this solution because I didn't realize it. It was simply unintelligence on my part, though. I should have known that the room would serve some purpose, what with its peculiar door system with the unique button. It's actually really easy if you happen to remember the specialty of that door. Theoretically, you could just immediately lock the zombie in the freezer room and be done with it. But because of the way this section is designed, you'll probably first go to the room Eminus came from. I think it's sort of an instinctual thing. It's the room the enemy came from, and that was inaccessible before, but is now open. There must be something there that he was guarding. And there is, but it's just the circuit cards, and so naturally you'll think that you have to fix the server with them, and only then do you find out that you have to get rid of the zombie first. The game naturally guides you through this in a way that makes you spend more time in this uncomfortable space with the zombie. You'll have to sneak past it multiple times as you go back and forth. They put a lot of value into a singular stealth section without necessarily forcing you to do it. It simply happens naturally, and I think that's cool. Although they could have just forced you to do it like that and spend more time here, instead of making it possible to solve the entire thing in a matter of seconds. But whatever. As for the server puzzle, what you've got to do is take the circuit cards you found and put them into this computer, and one by one install the correct programs onto them. There's a server installation guide on the bookshelf, which tells you what each program does. It also tells you what each circuit card is supposed to be able to do. So with that information, you must deduce which programs to install onto which servers. For example, the network circuit card needs circuit setup, because all of them need that as per this piece of text. I really quite like how you have to deduce and interpret what the text means and is referring to. Of course, this isn't really anything too complicated, but it makes you feel smart without having to actually be that hard. Not that it's easy either, it took me a while to solve this one. Now that the server is fixed, the power is back. I'm not sure how fixing a server restores electricity, but whatever. The computer in Dr. Eminus's room works now. On it, there is a folder called Current Operations with a bunch of pictures and text. Firstly, there's a text file from which we learn that the artifacts are called Persona Tardis. As far as I can tell, that's Latin and translates to slow person or the slowest person. Next, there's an image of the Tuurngait tomb along with a text file about the tomb. Then there's one more text file titled Greenland, which documents the entire operation that is this place. Most of the information here is stuff which we were already able to deduce in the first game, such as the fact that the crazy miner blowing up the mine was the event that caught the interest of the Archaic, and also the fact that the increased sea traffic around northwestern Greenland was, in fact, the doing of the Archaic. Again, there was no need to spell out these pieces of lore information. They are not critical in regards to this game's events. Though you could argue that this is sort of like payoff for those who already deduced this info, as it confirms that they were in fact right. But then it lets those who haven't thought about anything off scot-free. You can't just give it to them, you gotta make them work for it. You gotta make them think for themselves. 'Cause it's sort of the point of the game. You don't know what I mean by that yet, but you will by the end of all this. So yeah, the notes on this computer are mostly just a compilation of things we already know, not much of anything new. I assume they put this here for the people who haven't played the first game, who are complete lunatics, by the way. One last thing, there's a door control program for which you need the code of a door. Back in the main hub area, the door to the infirmary is locked, and interacting with it tells you the code. I'm not sure I really get the point of this. It seems like a waste of time to me. You just interact with the door and get the code, there's nothing to it. But either way, the infirmary is where we're headed next. Here we find a computer, and we get another call from Amabel Swanson.
Just wanted to give you a word of advice. Those creepy artifacts, we don't know how they work. Or even what they do, I suppose. I saw someone get too close to one once. You probably don't want to know. I'm sure you'll be fine. Probably. I hope. But by the way, if you happen to find yourself in my neck of the woods, I'm kind of trapped. It's no big deal, really. Just throwing it out there.
Oh no, that's hardly true. They're really completely harmless. Come on, it's just like wrapping yourself up in a warm blanket.
Well, if they don't know what the artifacts do, and they don't want people going near them, then why the hell is there one on every computer desk in this place? That's right, this is
ludonarrative dissonance.
I think? I'm not sure what that word means myself, to be honest. There's a cryostasis room here where we find a head. In other news, look at these cryostasis chambers. These are a good example of Penumbra's aesthetic and visual theme. It's something I'm gonna call industrial sci-fi or grounded sci-fi. You see, Penumbra is science fiction, what with the secretive organizations researching xeno life forms and whatnot. But that's not something you can tell based on the visuals. This facility just looks like a hospital most of the time, and these cryostasis chambers also look pretty gray and mundane. This is why I call it grounded sci-fi, because I think this is realistic. This is what I imagine it would look like if there was some sort of secret research facility in real life. It wouldn't be like Site-19 from SCP Containment Breach with all the electromechanical doors and shit. It would look like a fucking hospital, just like this place. Cryostasis chambers and other futuristic technologies wouldn't have bright neon lights on them. No, they would probably look just like this, gray and industrial. I love this aesthetic and style, and I've never seen anything quite like it before. It contributes to the fact that Penumbra has a very distinct personality. It is really its own game. There's nothing else like it out there. Now, since the head we found has an eye, we can use it, along with the severed hand, to open the door to the library. That's the end of the first major area of the game. From this area alone, you can obviously tell the drastic increase in quality from the first game. The puzzles have been good so far. I haven't covered every single one of them. I skipped some of them because I didn't have anything to say about them. But that's not because they were bad, they were just simple. There's not a lot of enemy encounters, but I would say that's a good thing. For you see, the more you are exposed to an enemy in a horror game, the more you get used to it, which means it gets less scary. So they're sort of pacing the enemy encounters well. They're not overusing them right off the bat. Now we move into a linear segment before the next big hub area. We are in the library where there is a hidden bookshelf door. You pull on a certain book which opens the door, and inside we find Howard, who is dead. He has a note here in which he has documented all of his findings about the Tuurngait virus, the final fruits of all his labor. His observations are as follows. The infected humans communicate with one another. Similar, if simpler, communication is observed in infected creatures of all species. At times, the infected seem to coordinate without clear line of sight, telepathy. Despite a catatonic appearance, the infected are quite capable of high-level brain functions. Their problem-solving abilities at times seem to far outstrip those of a healthy human being. When separated, the creatures lose this intelligence, indicating some form of communal or central intelligence. Conclusion: the intelligence displayed is of such a level that we can only assume the communal mind is also rational. I believe this central intelligence might somehow be communicated with, bargained with. Communication, however, is most likely impossible once infected, unless there was a way to subdue the infection for long enough to contact the hive. Today, I communed with the Tuurngait mind. I was correct. It is intelligent beyond our wildest imagination. It told me everything. Everything I needed to know. So, when you're infected by the Tuurngait virus, you get inducted into some kind of Tuurngait hive mind. The infected communicate with each other via this hive mind, and Howard managed to somehow communicate with the Tuurngait hive mind as a collective, and apparently the knowledge he gained was too much to bear. Another interesting thing here is that it says even other species can get infected by the virus, and they also have a similar hive mind system. The dogs in the first game looked like zombies, so they were probably infected with the virus as well. Even more interestingly, the hive mind might explain why Red knew our location in the first game, despite the lack of surveillance devices. We know Red was infected with the virus, And I think it's possible that Philip was already infected in the first game as well. I say this because 1, the medical report note tells us that it takes at least a few hours before symptoms of the virus begin to show, so we could have already been infected without knowing it. We have been hearing those disembodied whispers since the very beginning. And 2, the artifacts are likely connected to the Tuurngait because Clarence implied having some knowledge of them.
Oh no, that's hardly true. They're really completely harmless. Come on, it's just like wrapping yourself up in a warm blanket.
I feel it's reasonable conjecture to say that the artifact can transmit the virus to you. So Red knew our location via the hive mind because we were also infected. And although we weren't fully infected yet, I suppose it was enough to let Red tap into our mind. That's just a theory though. This library is full of books. Books such as the Necronomicon, which is a fictional grimoire from H.P. Lovecraft stories, and De Vermis Mysteries, which is another fictional grimoire that was created by Robert Bloch, however the hell you say that, which was referenced in H.P. Lovecraft stories as well. Also, there is a book titled At the Mountains of Madness, which Philip says seems familiar. At the Mountains of Madness is a short novel written by H.P. Lovecraft. It tells the story of a scientific expedition to Antarctica, where they eventually discover an ancient city, which, through interpreting eons-old sculptures and carvings, they find out belongs to an ancient race of beings which the main character comes to refer to as the Old Ones. Also, there's these slime creatures called the Shoggoth, and they were made by the Old Ones, and it's a whole thing. It's pretty cool. You can read the story for free on The Wired, legally. The story shares a lot of similarities with the story of Penumbra, and thus it becomes evident that this novel is a primary source of inspiration for Penumbra's story. They both take place in an Arctic setting, both tell a story of the pursuit of knowledge, and they are both told in past tense. Okay, you probably don't get that last one. You see, for the entirety of the first game and this game, during every loading screen, there has been a bit of text about Philip's thoughts. I haven't been pointing them out though, because none of them have been really important. Though you should know, these are part of a piece of writing that Philip is writing in the future. The intro cinematics of these games are also part of this writing. We then find ourselves in a cave section, in which we find a computer, where we get another call from Amabel. However, she says nothing of value other than that she thinks she's found a cure for the virus. Moving on, we are now actually stepping out onto the surface once more. There's this bridge which you have to extend out with this lever mechanism, but the lever is frozen stuck because of the cold. It's so cold, in fact, that we are losing health rapidly, so there's some urgency to this puzzle. You only have so many painkillers to chug. Though, I'm not sure how painkillers can help restore feeling to your hands. Whatever. What you have to do is get the conveniently placed spray can and Zippo lighter. Then you can combine them and use them as a makeshift flamethrower, with which you can warm up the lever and you can pull it and get the bridge down. The puzzle in itself is easy, however the challenge isn't in figuring out the solution, it's more like a time trial. You have to solve it before you freeze to death while wasting as few painkillers as possible. Or, it would be, if not for the existence of these barrels filled with flammable goop. You can light them with the lighter and then you can just stand around the fire and heal. So there's actually no urgency and this is just a weird puzzle. These barrels shouldn't be here, they make it too easy. Plus, side note, at first I tried to light them with the flare, but it didn't work even though this has previously been proven to be possible in a puzzle at the beginning of the game. But now it suddenly doesn't work for some reason. On the other side of the bridge there's another puzzle. Gotta get rid of the snow in front of this door, and the DIY flamethrower we just made isn't gonna cut it. But these conveniently placed gasoline barrels that are right next to the snow sure will. Just pick up this piece of cloth that's in a shed very much nearby, put it in a barrel, light it, kaboom, done. Nothing to it. Incredibly easy. These are reminiscent of the Nothing Burger puzzles from the first game. The item's right next to the thing to use it on, and it's incredibly obvious. But that's the end of that linear transitional segment, and now we get to the second open hub area, Science Wing A. Our first destination here is the research room, though it's locked. However, Amabel is here.
I think I've worked out how to disinfect you, but you probably saw this coming. It's not quite as simple as all that. I had to engage the failsafe on the research rooms to seal myself in here, and that means we need a key card to get me out. Look, I need you, and, well, if you do get me out, I'll give you the biggest hug of your life.
Now that is one good fucking way to incentivize someone to make a cure for a Lovecraftian zombie hive mind virus that they're infected with. The touch of a woman. So this area, Science Wing A, is a good progression from the first one. It's a bit bigger, somewhat more challenging, and more scary. It's really dark this time, and you can't even use your flashlight or glow stick much because this area actually has permanent enemies with set patrol patterns, unlike the first one. On top of that, they have flashlights, so you can't hide in direct line of sight. Also, one small detail challenge they added is that the maps don't show you your location, so you need to keep track of it yourself, or you might get lost. All of this doesn't add that much challenge, however, it is intimidating, so much so that I'm sure it'll make you more wary and careful either way. Also, here's something cool. After visiting the kennel, number 4 on the map, this one enemy switches places to right outside of the kennel, so it'll be waiting for you once you come back. This is something the first game was lacking, enemies changing their positions, and I said it would be better if they did that. It goes without saying that it's a great change. However, it's a shame that it only happens once, even though it could very well have been used twice. After the kennel, you visit the research room, number 2 on the map, and so I don't see why they didn't switch around the enemy placements to, for example, something like this after you leave that place. Anyway, let's actually go to the next point of interest, the kennel. This is where they kept the dogs, though they're all dead now. However, it's weird. In the first game, we saw a sign in the mines informing of the dogs, possibly implying that they were guard dogs, and that told us that the dogs were left there from when the mine was still active. However, this kennel suggests otherwise, that the dogs were actually brought here by the Archaic. In truth, I believe there were guard dogs used when the mines were still active. However, all of them most likely died. Then later on, the Archaic comes and establishes the facility, and they either bring their own dogs, or maybe they resurrected the dead dogs from when the mine was still active? That's probably something they know how to do. As for why they needed the dogs, well, there's this poster you can find showing the anatomy of a dog, and we already know the Archaic uses animals such as apes as test subjects based on this note, so they were probably using them as test subjects. Here's a little detail. When you enter these dog houses, you hear noises. My theory is that this sound is the dogs barking at you through the Tuurngait hive mind, since, if you remember, we figured out that the dogs were also most likely infected with the virus, and that they too have a hive mind. Though I'm not sure if the hive mind they have is exclusive to their species, or if there's a shared hive mind between all living things infected with the virus. This sound certainly seems to point towards the latter being true. There's no other explanation. I guess the dogs really don't like you invading their homes. Moving on, there's a note here, and it documents an efficiency assessment of Wilbur Frisk, the overseer of the shelter. The point of this efficiency assessment was to figure out if Wilbur Frisk is actually accomplishing anything, if he's a quality worker at the shelter. And, surprise surprise, his track record isn't too good, considering he's the one who ordered the Tuurngait tomb to be opened, and subsequently caused this whole incident, and the deaths of most of the people here. Gee, I sure hope he got fired for that blunder. Now, apparently in all of the chaos of this incident, Wilbur Frisk hid and locked himself in this kennel with the dogs, and he subsequently got very attached to the dogs. He started feeding them and keeping them as pets. Some of the dogs were infected though, and so Wilbur Frisk contracted the Tuurngait virus through them. However, here's where it gets weird. He became afraid of light, and he started digging and burrowing into the walls. That explains the numerous wall holes around here. And here's the best part. At some point, Wilbur Frisk began venturing outside the facility and into the mines above. And one time, he brought back the corpse of a man, one of the researchers who supposedly escaped into the mines a while ago, who was missing his tongue. That's right, it's the Spider Hater, from the very beginning of the first game, the guy who cut off his tongue, and who was dragged away by something that burrowed through the walls. And that something wasn't a rockworm, it was in fact Wilbur Frisk, who had an extra unique reaction to the Tuurngait virus. He turned into some kind of monster that can dig through solid rock in seconds. It's amazing how the game is referring back to things from such a long time ago. I really do wonder if the writer had all of this planned out since the beginning. Probably not, but either way, these kinds of things add a certain degree of immersion and believability to the game. It has a real sense of continuity, you know? Anyway, now we need to activate this switchboard because it enables the lights at a certain other location in the kennel. However, it disables the lights from this hallway with the wall holes. What follows is a clever sort of puzzle encounter. You can hear something crawling in the walls.
He's in the walls. He's in the goddamn wall!
And it kills you when you walk into the darkness. The document we just read said Wilbur Frisk is afraid of light, and that he started burrowing into the walls. So you need to deduce that the thing in the walls is Wilbur Frisk, and that the darkness is specifically the part that's causing him to attack you. This is pretty well designed. All the clues are there and it's not too obvious. You need to be attentive to the text in the document and observant of your environment to make the connection between the wall holes and Wilbur. Now, the solution to the whole puzzle is that before activating the switchboard, you have to first block the whole walls with these crates. Only then can you pass without getting killed. The crates have a unique model and they're fairly out of place. These are well-designed, subtle hints towards the solution. If the crates were just the same model as every other copy-pasted crate in the game, you wouldn't pay any mind to them. But it's not too obvious either, since the crates are quite far from the wall holes in this little closet. Though at the same time, that makes it a bit more intuitive to figure out as well, since this little closet feels so out of place, and they wouldn't put it there unless it had some purpose. So it's perfectly balanced. The solution isn't obfuscated, and it's not completely asinine either. That's a well-designed puzzle. At the end of the kennel, we get a keycard from this corpse, and then we can leave. But before that, some side notes. When Wilbur attacks you, there isn't any visual representation. You just hear the sound, which is kinda weird. Could have at least added a debris effect or something, some kind of smoke puffing up from the ground. He doesn't even have a model, though I suppose it's good in the sense that it leaves it up to your imagination. Could he be humanoid anymore when he's able to burrow through walls in seconds? Or has he turned into something completely different? Also, this kennel section may very well be paying homage to John Carpenter's The Thing. That movie also has a dog kennel. Penumbra and The Thing share other similarities as well. They're both sci-fi horror media that take place in a research station in the middle of an Arctic wasteland. It's possible that The Thing is a small source of inspiration for Penumbra. Anyway, with the keycard we can access the room Amabel is in. When we enter this back room here, this happens.
Oh, looky here, more perilous, death-defying action, courtesy of the skinny English professor. Rambo, you are not. Try running towards him, screaming for a change.
This is a forced close-quarters encounter with an infected. A very bold move from the game. If you're gonna do something like this, then it better be late into the game, and it better be well designed, or else it's going to easily desensitize you to the enemy. And this is late into the game, so in that aspect it's fine. But as you can see from this footage, it isn't looking perfect to say the least. There are at least 3 cheese spots in this room. This one you're seeing right now, and then I managed to get the zombie stuck while I crouched on this table and it stopped chasing me for some reason. And then you can use a crate to jump on these big boxes. These ruin what is supposed to be a tense scene where you're supposed to think on your feet and figure out the solution while under attack. Now I can just stand on this box and calmly observe the room and think clearly. Maybe I'm just the only kind of special scaredy cat that actually thinks of ways to hide in a situation like this, but still, doesn't seem like a thoroughly tested section. Though, don't get me wrong, in concept it's a great scene, being stuck in such close quarters with one of these bastards. And doubly so for me, because at this point in the game, I had only been chased by an infected once before, so I was not used to it at all. Now, what you're supposed to do here is turn this valve to raise a metal crate in the middle of the room, then drop it just as the infected walks underneath it. This part is actually still good, regardless of the cheese. It's incredibly stressful to turn the valve, because you gotta turn your back on the zombie to do it, unless you do it at a certain angle, but that'll just slow you down. When you kill the infected, this happens.
Hey, good work, buddy. Give yourself a slap on the back with a crowbar, why don't you? Oh, one thing, before you get too overwhelmed with glee. I know murder can be a lot of fun, but, didn't you quite like that broad? Hey, I think that's a piece of her skull on your shoe. Wait, don't tell me you really thought... I thought you knew I was pulling your leg. Oh, my best laid plans and all that. This is just terrible. You silly Billy. Come on, monkey. Take a joke.
That wasn't an infected. It was Amabel. Clarence made you hallucinate the whole thing, causing you to kill her. Wow, talk about a cockblock, man. Now, this is a great twist, to be honest, because you can totally see it coming if you think about it. It makes sense. It doesn't feel like an ass pull. It's foreshadowed by multiple examples of Clarence's capability to fuck with your perception of reality. And it's clear that he'll do anything to fuck with you in general. He hates you. And you can easily come to the conclusion that there's no way anything could end well. Philip's luck in these games has been nothing but bad up until now. Why would it be any different this time? But at the same time, you might be so startled by this sudden encounter that you'll forget about all that. There's a key on Amabel's corpse with which we can access her office here. There's a computer with some files on it. The first one has the recipe for a cure to the Tuurngait virus. Doorlockcontroller.exe lets us unlock the door to the chemical laboratory, another place on the map, which is our next destination. What follows here is a section in which the game essentially makes up for the slight lack of stealth sections up until now. There's a segment where you have to sneak past automated security cameras while pulling levers to unlock doors. Getting caught by a camera doesn't mean death, it just means you have to pull the levers again. I don't see why this couldn't have just been a normal stealth segment involving the infected. The security cameras are just more boring, they don't bring anything new to the table. During this section, Clarence actually appears to begin helping you, warning you that there are infected nearby and giving you other information, though this is simply a manipulation tactic. He's beginning to realize that you're actually going to cure the virus, and to his knowledge, that's going to kill him. After this section, we're led to this corridor, at which point infected suddenly appear behind us. Then we barricade ourselves in this room. There's a puzzle here that is literally just a claw machine game. You obtain one of the ingredients for the cure to the virus. It's not very interesting at all, but it could have been. They should have made it so that you're under a time limit and that the infected would eventually break through if you weren't fast enough. I think that's the only way to make a claw machine interesting. Would have been a really tense scene. However, the following scene makes up for it quite well. The intercom voice says,
"Termination in 2 minutes."
So we run out of this place. However, as soon as we exit, an infected is waiting around the corner. At this point, the virus has almost fully taken over Philip. Clarence has a lot of power over your perception. The map changes, you're teleporting around, and this infected is chasing you constantly. You can't hide from it, probably because it knows your location through the hive mind. There's no time limit here, but the previous intercom announcement where it said termination in 2 minutes made me think that there was. Either way, it's a very climactic and tense chase scene. We are nearing the end of the game after all, so this makes sense. Our final destination is the examination room. The rest of the ingredients needed for the cure are scattered around this room. Once all of them are collected, you put the chemicals in this machine. Then you must refer to the recipe for the cure which Amabel wrote, and combine the chemicals in a certain order. This is very similar to the last chemical puzzle from the first game. However, this one is significantly better because there are 720 different possible orders in which to press these buttons, which means you probably can't brute force it. Unlike the counterpart in the first game, where you could really easily get the right chemical combination through trial and error. Now that the cure is finished, we can get rid of Clarence once and for all. Oh wait, never mind. No, we can't.
What a pretty body! Mine! 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 Yeah!
Turns out the machine was hooked up to this corpse here, and what it actually did was that it transferred Clarence into the corpse, if I understand correctly. Either that, or upon Philip being cured, Clarence simply transferred to the corpse via supernatural means. Not sure how it works. We sneak out of the room, and then this happens.
There cannot be one. There can only be a soul. There cannot be one. There can only be a soul. At the end, this one was more human than he would have believed. Mankind, for his actions, I am sorry. For his next misconduct, I am sorry. Do not hate me. Do not be alarmed. The space is in your mind, mankind.
One came before. Mankind. Howard. He was not strong. Mankind as a whole is stronger even than I. But alone, mankind is weak. Nonetheless, I do not underestimate you, mankind. I submit to you. However, I must, against my own desire, tempt your anger further. Mankind is not united as I am. Such a seething mass of individuals. Little wonder you all pull in different directions. All of me pulls in one direction. And for that reason alone have I bested those that disturbed me. I would test your reactions, mankind. I would test which direction you pull. And then you shall have your answers, and, if need be, your revenge.
The voice you hear is the Tuurngait mind. Although it refers to itself in the first person, in reality it's a sort of coalescence of all of the minds that are part of the Tuurngait. As they said, there cannot be one, there can only be them all. Though at the same time, they are all one, but they are also many. Anyway, the Tuurngait mind puts you through a series of trials inside your mind, because it wants to know the way you think. However, the gimmick of these puzzles is that the first, most obvious solution to the puzzle is always wrong. You have to think outside of the box, and really use your mind instead of going with the obvious answer that's being hinted at. For example, in this first one, you're stuck in this cell. You have a metal stick and a hatch on the floor. Upon examining the hatch, Philip says that you'd need some kind of leverage to pull it up. The obvious answer is to use the metal stick to open it and escape through it. And that does work, but it's the wrong answer. What you actually have to do is inspect this room further and realize that there is a misplaced tile on this wall, on the other side of which we can hear a person coughing.
Hey! Hey, through here! Pass me that pipe, man. I can get us out. Come on, we haven't got much time. I owe you, friend. Good luck.
Working together is the only way. I act as one, though I am many. Thank you, mankind.
There are 2 more puzzles, 2 more trials after this one, but the lesson is very much the same. It's reiterating on the idea that, as individuals, people are generally very powerless or weak, but when working together as a collective, they are more powerful. But what's the point of all this? Why is the Tuurngait trying to get us to understand this? It's not like understanding this is going to make Philip less likely to dislike the Tuurngait, considering their forces have been trying to hurt him this whole time. Unless that's just something they do to maybe hasten the turning process of the infection, so that Philip can be assimilated into the hive mind sooner. It almost definitely is that, considering the events of the last game, Penumbra Requiem. In the opinion of the Tuurngait, the hive mind is a good thing. That's what it's trying to get at here. The hive mind is better than individuality, because then you can achieve goals much more easily when working as a collective. But that's where the problem arises. Who decides what the goals are? That's why people have disagreements, because they have different ideas of what we should work towards and how to do it. What goals are achieved in society is determined by majority vote. Usually. Probably. Hopefully. Now, as for the gameplay of this mind sequence, these puzzles are nothing special in terms of, well, puzzles. The solutions are pretty weird, but that's because these puzzles are more important from a story standpoint. They are the trials with which the Tuurngait is trying to teach you a lesson. That's their purpose. Now that we've completed these trials, the Tuurngait mind explains to us the same thing it did to Howard before.
I came here to this place many millions of years ago, before mankind was even upright. As eons came and went, mankind appeared around me and found names for me. Demon, spirit, Tuurngait. We existed in harmony for much time. I lying dormant within what you refer to as the infected, and they benefiting from my knowledge and protection. But mankind changed, and I fled. So much power in mankind, so many questions, and yet without the intelligence to answer them. Mankind grows and tries to form a whole, a community. Somehow, it becomes more dangerous, more angry, and with no direction for this anger, besides itself and its world. And then I was discovered. Mankind created this place to find me and silence me. They tore open my resting place and set about destroying me, and I, with no form of defense, was forced to attack. I am not the barbarian. I am not the invader. You are. But you, mankind, you are different. You have proved this, and now I ask for your mercy. Do not allow me to be destroyed by your kin, which they would surely do. They followed the Inuit here, and you followed them. There will be more. Will you send word? Will you destroy all trace of this place, so that no mankind will ever discover me again? Will you do this for me?
Philip then begins to write an email to someone, as the Tuurngait mind asked him to. We don't know who he's sending it to, but I'd venture to guess that it's his linguist friend from his university. This email is the same message we've been seeing bits and pieces of ever since the beginning intro of the first game. The following is the final and most important part of it all.
I promised the Hive I would contact someone I could trust. That I would have them destroy all the evidence of this place, just as my father had promised himself. I, however, will not make the same mistake my father made. You now understand the truth of the events that led me here, and the immeasurable importance of my words. Armed with this knowledge, you must have the strength to do that which I could not. The Hive ran its tests on me, and I jumped through their hoops like the monkey they took me for. But I am no monkey. The Tuurngait was right. I am entirely unlike it. I had more in common with Clarence. I promised I would send this email to you. I promised I would ask that you keep all the humans from this place. For the sake of the Tuurngait and for the human race, I lied.
Philip then reveals the location of the mine and the shelter, which marks the end of Black Plague. Most of what I praised the first game for still applies to Black Plague as well, but doubly so because this game simply takes everything the first game did well and does it better. The first game was 8 hours long, and Black Plague is roughly 9 hours long. So, Black Plague is about as long as the first game. That's not a bad thing though, because Black Plague is definitely more densely packed with content, and that content is of much higher value and substance than that of the first game. First of all, the puzzles are definitely a lot better here. Unlike the first game, Black Plague has much fewer nothing burger puzzles, as I called them, and even the worst ones are not as bad as the worst ones in Overture. They all pretty much reach the bare minimum of what I expect. They actually qualify as tasks that require thinking. In the first game, I complained about the enemies being generally unthreatening, because they were really easy to avoid, easy to kill, and stupid. Most of that is improved in this game. Firstly, they removed the combat, and although I personally liked the combat in the first game, its removal was a fine decision since it makes you a lot more vulnerable, and it makes the enemies a bigger threat. The enemy AI is also better, but you can still lose them by running far enough. I think the only way to get rid of them should be to hide. That would truly make them feel like an intelligent threat. Also, it is true that the game has multiple difficulty settings. There is a hard mode, and it says that the enemies are faster in it, but I'm judging the game based on the normal mode because that is the one most people are probably gonna pick on their first, and most likely only playthrough. I mean, it's in the name, normal mode. You're expected to pick normal, and so they designed the game primarily with that mode in mind, right? Anyway, out of these two main gameplay aspects, Black Plague leans slightly more into the puzzle-solving aspect. There is somewhat less stealth gameplay than in Overture. The first half of the game has a total of 4 scripted encounters with the Tuurngait infected, and no permanent patrolling enemies at all until the last area. Based on that, you may be led to think that this game underutilizes the Tuurngait infected. And that is true, but I believe the game actually benefits from having less enemy encounters. Horror games differ from other horror media in the fact that, in, for example, horror movies, the writer always decides how much of the monster you get to see. So they can perfectly balance it so that you don't see the monster too much that you get desensitized to it, but not so little that it's underutilized. In a game, however, the player's exposure to the monster is dependent on their choices and/or level of skill, unless every appearance of the monster is a scripted sequence. So, due to a lack of skill, or some other reason, certain players may be more heavily exposed to the monster, as they keep getting caught and dying, and so after a while they will probably get used to it. The monster becomes less scary, less unknown. You are afraid of the unknown, that which you do not understand. So that's why it's actually good that you're exposed to the enemies less, because you don't get used to them as quickly, and so they stay scary for a much longer time. The fact that you can't look at enemies in stealth also contributes to this. You can never get a good look at the monster. Also, something connected to this is the topic of difficulty. The Penumbra games aren't very difficult. You're not gonna die too much, especially not to the enemies. But I think that in Penumbra, and horror games in general, the game being easy actually works in favor of the horror in the end. Because the stealth is not that hard, I very rarely got spotted and subsequently chased by the infected in my playthrough, and so that means that I was generally exposed to them even less. I never even really got a good look at them, so they were still a mystery to me. For most of the game, I wasn't completely sure of how they worked, so I never stopped being afraid of them. Alright, here's a quick tangent about light sources. They increase the rate at which the flashlight consumes batteries, which is good, but as I said before, they didn't increase it enough. The glow stick is still overpowered and you still have flares. To be honest, I think there should just be the flashlight and maybe flares occasionally. The developers were way too afraid to leave the player in complete darkness. It's not like you're completely blind if you have no light source, you still get night vision from sneaking. It's just a bit more scary since your vision is inhibited, and so that would actually be a good thing to sometimes be left in the dark. And then maybe you could incorporate some more mechanics into that, like, oh, I don't know, maybe you lose your sanity in the dark or something? Who knows, just throwing that out there. I haven't played Amnesia yet as of writing this, or as of recording this voiceover for that matter, but I know that's one of the mechanics in it, and I believe the reason they implemented it is because they realized that in Penumbra, the darkness doesn't really have any function. It doesn't affect you in any way in gameplay. It's simply an atmospheric element, which is fine, but it's even better if you manage to give the player a concrete reason to desire light. This game is also a pretty good anal evacuator, especially at the beginning. The opening of the game is brilliant. It immediately cuts the bullshit and ramps up the tension. In any other horror game, this probably wouldn't be a good thing, but this is a sequel to Penumbra Overture, which was very mellow and underwhelming. The first game gets your guard down since it's so mellow, and then Black Plague just kicks your shit in. So, Black Plague is elevated by the nature of Overture. And it's not just the beginning of the game that's scary, it persists throughout the entire game. Here's a little graph I made that represents how I think the horror of the game flows across the entire game. It's very scientific and mathematically calculated, trust me. As you can see, it's generally pretty stable. And also, it's a testament to the scariness of the game when I was still scared of the Tuurngait infected even after I had already beaten the game. I had to go back and get purposefully seen and chased by the infected so that I could gather footage and such. But I was still really scared and hesitant to do that, even though I had nothing to lose. I just can't stand these fuckers, their grotesque form, the way they walk, the way they run, the sounds they make. All of it comes together to make a perfectly terrifying creature. The last thing I want to talk about is the story, or the little parts of it that I can discuss at this point. The story itself isn't bad, but the storytelling in Black Plague is strange. More specifically, I think this game does a bit too much explaining and hand-holding at times. For example, the Mindscape sequence, which you at first don't know what it really was, but then it gets explained to you immediately in the next room by Annabelle Swanson, whose dialogue across the game consists almost entirely of this over-explaining. The reason all the over-explaining is bad is because, 1, it's an uninteresting way to tell a story, not to mention jarring since it isn't hard to notice when the game is holding your hand. And 2, having to figure out more of the story information yourself would fit very well with the game's themes and core message, which you don't know what those are yet, but I'll explain them at the end of the video. Just know that it has something to do with using your brain, which is something this expository over-explanation does not encourage. In Black Plague, we've got a few more actual characters, as opposed to Overture, where we just had Red. However, the 2 most prominent side characters in Black Plague pretty much serve the same purpose as Red. Annabelle Swanson acts as a guide and an objective for the player, and then there's Clarence, who is pretty much comedic relief. He's like Red, but instead of guiding you, he wants you dead. Clarence's dialogue is well written, and I love his voice actor. He kinda sounds like Gilbert Gottfried.
Ugly! You are so ugly! Come on, monkey. Take a joke.
Are you gonna let her manipulate you like this?
I'm not being manipulated.
Christ! Go here, go there, fetch this, run me a bath. Typical broad, atypical circumstances.
But I have a problem with Amabel. Her dialogue has weird line delivery, and her tone does not match the situation she's in. Also, all of her dialogue can be boiled down to her expositing information to you. No, seriously, she talks to you a total of 4 times during the entire game, and every time, it's so that she can spew more information to you. My problem is not that she's a plot device, which she is, by the way, but plot devices are not inherently bad. The story needed a logical way for Philip to find out how to make the cure for the Tuurngait virus, and Amabel serves this purpose. Red also served a similar purpose in Overture. The story needed a logical way for Philip to make his way through the mines with such ease. It was also useful from a gameplay standpoint, because if you were just forced to aimlessly visit each part of the map in a random order, and then eventually figure out what to do through that, the gameplay time would have been artificially bloated, without actually adding anything of substance, except maybe an added feeling of hopelessness and isolation in terms of atmosphere. But I don't think that would have been worth it. Red serves a good purpose. And so does Amabel, but she's just a lot more boring and shallow. It's a lot more obvious what purpose she serves. She doesn't seem to have any kind of personality, she's just a tool. And she doesn't really have a story, she's just one of the researchers at the shelter, and she finished the cure to the Tuurngait virus. And that's about it. Unlike Red, who actually had a backstory we could slowly piece together. So, in conclusion, Black Plague is a good sequel. It improves upon everything the first game did, and it is, in general, significantly more polished than the first game. Everything from the logo to the main theme, down to little graphical elements like the maps, which are more cleanly designed, instead of obviously made in MS Paint like the first game. No, seriously, I'm pretty sure those were made in MS Paint. It's clear that Frictional Games were actually passionate about Penumbra, and wanted to make it good. This is especially apparent since they were eager to receive player feedback, as can be observed on the last page of Penumbra Overture's manual. Damn, who knew that, in order to make a good video game, you have to actually give a damn? Well, there is still one more game to go through. Let's see if they gave a damn until the very end. Penumbra Requiem is an expansion that was released shortly after Black Plague, or, as they describe it on the Steam page, a puzzle expansion. This is accurate, as the entire thing is just a series of puzzles, similar to something like Portal. Portal was released in 2007, and Penumbra Requiem came out about a year later, so it's possible that this was an attempt at writing off of Portal's success in a way. Though that makes it sound really bad, you could also be nicer and describe it as inspiration. I think it was actually a reasonable decision to make this game a series of puzzles because it fits the story. You see, the entire game takes place within Philip's mind after he has been knocked unconscious.
Warning. New arrival detected. Warning. Welcome, new arrival. You are the 4th new arrival detected in the past 10 hours. 1 further arrival recorded 32 hours ago.
So, the gist of this game is that you go through levels, and there's an exit portal. But you must collect all the keys to open it, which are these balls. And obviously this involves solving puzzles. The first level's puzzle is pretty trivial, and that's not to say it's bad. It makes sense since it's the first one in the game. And that's all I have to say about it. Most of the puzzles in this game are not very special. They're mostly physics puzzles of the kind that we've already seen. But let's talk about this level's environment. The level is titled The Tomb. It's obvious that this is referring to the Tuurngait tomb. However, we're not actually physically inside of the tomb. We are simply inside of Philip's mind, where he has a representation of it. How does Philip know or have any kind of clue of what the Tuurngait tomb looks like? Well, Philip was infected with the Tuurngait virus, and he was almost fully overtaken by it. I think it's possible that, at some subconscious level, Philip gained some information from the Tuurngait hive mind during the time he was infected. He's getting the image of the tomb through the hive mind. And although we already cured ourselves of the virus, it's actually possible we've been infected again because at the start of the game, the thing that knocked us out was an infected. That's fucked up, by the way. You spend all that time painstakingly making the cure just to get immediately infected again. What a shit to the face. Anyway, here's something interesting. Around the tomb, there are these sort of hieroglyphs, or whatever you want to call them. These ones depict most likely ancient humans worshipping and fearing what appear to be rockworms. And then there's this inscribed image on the exit door, which depicts a mass of humanoid figures and rockworms congregating under this symbol, which probably represents the Tuurngait. This symbol is seen in all of the artifacts across the games, as well as in the Tuurngait mind trial sequence at the end of Black Plague. Fun fact about this symbol, it's probably a reference to H.P. Lovecraft's novel At the Mountains of Madness, which we found in the library. In that novel, the Old Ones, the eldritch creatures, are described as having a 5-pointed starfish-shaped head. The Tuurngait symbol is also a 5-pointed star, except on the side of the artifacts where it has 4 points. You can find 2 little diary entries in this level from Eloff Carpenter. This is the guy from the cassette recording in Black Plague.
Name, Eloff Carpenter. Rank, elevated. Status, Code C, imprisoned. Following the release of the Tuurngait virus 9 months ago, my personal security has at last been compromised. Yesterday, an unfamiliar survivor arrived in the next door cell. It seems unlikely I will see him again.
In the beginning of Black Plague, there was someone in a cell next to us, but they didn't sound like Eloff Carpenter to me, and they weren't in the same cell as the tape recorder, so that wasn't Eloff. Eloff was evidently dead by then, so what we just heard was a memory from the time when we were unconscious. We can hear this memory because of the hive mind.
They came for me in the cell, just as I was recording my findings. I felt sure it was over. My cyanide capsule was dud. And then, I came to. In this place, this monolith. It's unlike anything.
This one confirms that Eloff was inducted into the hive mind, and he was even seeing the same physical representation of it. Monolith is referring to this stone here, right next to the entry. In the next level, the first task involves using these metal beams to build a makeshift bridge across this long corridor. But here's something cool. You don't have to do that. You have a choice. There is an alternate route below which involves a different puzzle, and it actually skips another puzzle in this level. This is actually really cool. But unfortunately, this is the only time they have multiple routes like this. And apart from this, there is only one other instance of multiple solution puzzles in the entire series. Imagine if all of the levels in the game had multiple routes with different puzzles. That would be amazing. Of course, it would also take a lot more work, having to design double the amount of puzzles. But I mean, yeah, typically it takes more effort to make something better. I just wonder why they only did it once. If you're gonna do it once, then why not do it twice? Or maybe even thrice? Apart from that, in this level there is a cassette recording, which is a memory from Dr. Eminus's mind. You know, the guy in Black Plague that got turned into a zombie. There's also a radio through which Eminus speaks to us, but he basically just says hi, so we're moving on. In the next level, he talks to us again, though.
Infection, Philip, didn't drive me insane as it did you. Oh yes, I know about Clarence. I bonded with the Tuurngait on a different plane. It has its advantages. I know about you, about the universe, about God. But you know what else I know? I know what you did. I know you revealed the location of this facility.
So, the Tuurngait is granting him knowledge. I guess they're pretty good friends, huh? They're all buddy-buddy now. Probably because he agreed to not reveal the location of this facility, judging by the judging tone in which he mentioned the fact that Philip did otherwise. Also, there's another entry from Eloff Carpenter here.
Most people unquestioningly pursue what society tells them to pursue. A mindless herd. But then there are those that think for themselves. Only these stubbornly logical minds could join the elevated caste. I questioned everything I thought I knew and felt prepared. But What use is that now, in a place that defies all logic?
At this point, you may be catching on to what this game is really getting at, the message of it, but keep it in your pants for a little while longer, okay? It's pretty obvious what you have to do for most of this next level, but the map is a very long hallway, which makes the whole thing last a lot longer than it has to. I'm led to believe this is padding, though there is another possibility. See, about the first half of this hallway of a map has these bridge platforms which are at first underwater. They need to be erected via levers. However, these levers are on higher platforms, and if you're already on the platforms, then there's no need for the bridges, since all they do is let you across the different platforms. And no, they're not there because you need to carry an object from the other end of the map without it hitting the water or anything. There is no object. Apart from a battery, but it falls into the water in a scripted event, and it doesn't break. You just swim back to the start of the map with it, and you put it in a generator, and it works. I guess it's a waterproof battery. So either I completed this level in an unintended way, or it's just shit.
I recall your arrival, Philip. I recall you blindly wandering into the computer room, seeking my knowledge, unable to digest it. And yet, I do not recall how it all ended. Where is this memory hiding? Age of the universe, 13.7 billion years. Intelligent species, 103. Meaning of life, negligible. But my own past is a mystery.
It seems Dr. Eminus doesn't remember anything from after he turned into a zombie. This means that his body was taken over by something else, and his consciousness is just in the hive mind now. He's unaware of his own body. This is a clue which I'll use to figure out the nature of the Tuurngait virus at the conclusionary segment of this video.
Regardless, I just wanted to check on you. You're really doing rather well for someone with only 90 minutes left to live. Of course, predetermined universe and all that. I already understand your outcome.
Predetermined universe, huh? We'll see about that. In the next level, there is, not much of anything noteworthy, so we're just gonna move on. No, seriously, I'm not lazy, there's just nothing to say. The puzzles aren't bad or especially good, it's completely and totally neutral. In the next level, you have to roll a ball throughout the entire thing, which would be a pretty fun use of the physics, but all you do here is a bit of platforming, and then you pull 5 levers to let the ball go past. I wish there was more hands-on manipulation of the ball through obstacles, like the little part that we do get at the beginning of the level. Also in this level, we get reunited with Red, for he too is in the hive mind.
It is I, Red, your faithful companion, returned not just for Christmas, but wholesale for the foreseeable...
But he doesn't say anything important. Oh, who am I kidding? Everything Red says is important.
Yet another strange phenomenon. I have a feeling like being watched, only less direct, as if someone were listening to my thoughts. Yes, that's right! I hear you there, breathing, siphoning off my every notion like some perverted guardian angel. How are you in my head? Where are you? Show yourself!
I believe Eloff is referring to us here. We are listening to his thoughts in real time. He called us a perverted guardian angel, which is probably a nod to how Clarence named himself after a guardian angel.
Where am I? Can you hear me? Still? He promised me death, the madman, and I refused. My own life was the one thing I thought I could control. Do not make the same mistake as I, for I am trapped here. Eternal darkness.
A big portion of the next level consists of running back and forth between 2 locations on the map in order to activate valves, which make certain platforms move. So you have to run back and forth a pretty long trek just to be able to check whether or not you've done the right thing. You know how in Portal, most of the test chambers are generally small, everything you need is within arm's reach? Yeah, too bad they didn't copy that part here. Some of the maps in this expansion are pointlessly big, which probably bloats the game time a bit. This is probably due to the fact that they specifically tried to improve the environments for this expansion by making them more vertical and bigger and more interesting, in response to player feedback regarding Black Plague's flat level design. I personally didn't care about that in Black Plague though. In fact, I think it makes sense for an underground facility like the shelter to just be flat. It isn't built to look nice, it's built to serve a purpose. And I do admit, the environments are pretty, it's just that they can get a bit annoying to play through. The next level is the last one, and there's nothing interesting to say about it, so pretty anticlimactic in terms of gameplay.
My congratulations, dear boy. You arrived. You will find your escape now. Your friend is well chosen. Insanity, after all, is rare in individuals. Only in humanity as a whole is it the rule. Nietzsche. I will remain here.
That is a Nietzsche quote, but it's slightly modified. The original quote is, "In individuals, insanity is rare, but in groups, parties, nations, and epochs, it is the rule." Might sound like basically the same thing with different syntax, but in the context of Penumbra, I think it's actually important to speak of humanity as a whole. In the end, we find ourselves back at the Incinerator.
But the chamber, like the banquet, is of the mind. The only way out of it is within it. I have knocked on death's door many times before, but the both of us will this time be taking tea. It is only through pain that we know we are alive, and this time, my friend, the pain must end. Would you return to the world from which you came? Drown in the chitter-chatter? For Red's answer is no. Better to have a story and end it, than never to realize it has begun.
At this point, you are given a choice. You can either enter the Incinerator, or choose to leave through the door behind you. This is what happens if you choose the former.
Thank you, my friend. This is going to hurt.
In this ending, Philip and Red both apparently kill themselves somehow, and this ends their suffering once and for all, hopefully. If you choose to go back through the door, you get the other ending, where Philip doesn't die and chooses to stay trapped in his mind and in the hive mind forever. You can tell this is the case because this picture on the wall is not on the boat in reality. It's from one of the Mindscape sequences in Black Plague. And with those, Penumbra Requiem and Penumbra itself is over. Penumbra Requiem serves to sort of tie Penumbra in a neat little bow. It's supposed to be a short conclusion to the story. This game is purely puzzle-oriented. There is no stealth or enemies at all to speak of. This seems to be a big complaint the game gets. But the complainers are trying to judge this game in a vacuum. Penumbra Requiem is an expansion to Black Plague. It's not meant to be its own thing. You're supposed to play directly after Black Plague. But if I have to complain about something myself, I'll say that a lot of the puzzles are not really of the complexity that you would expect from a game that is most likely inspired by Portal, and that markets itself as a puzzle expansion. You're pulling levers, finding objects, platforming, which often involves dragging boxes to use as platforms to get to higher ground. Just really simplistic shit. There's no interesting mechanics that challenge me to think differently about the environment and the objects and their relation to my goal. In level 3, at the start, they had these gravity machines. Those could have maybe been used in a cool way. But no, they're literally used once. Why go through the trouble of programming and modeling them if you're gonna utilize them for a total of 5 minutes? In Portal, as you progress, the game slowly introduces new mechanics and increases complexity. In Penumbra Requiem, instead, the amount of tasks simply increases, along with the size of the map. not the complexity. Whereas in Portal, each level is generally one large puzzle, in Penumbra Requiem, each level is a series of very small, very simple tasks. And that's why I find it somewhat dull from a gameplay standpoint. But obviously, this all means nothing in the face of the story and narrative, which is what I really care for most in the end. Beyond that, there is not much to say about Requiem. So without further ado, let us commence the final segment, the conclusion to this whole ordeal. Part 1, Gameplay. Let's get this out of the way first. I have to admit that, in general, the gameplay is the weakest part of the Penumbra games. The stealth is really easy. I can only recall one spot in the entire series that was particularly challenging to get past. Metal Gear Solid, this ain't. The puzzles are really easy, and there's a few times when they're hard for the wrong reasons, such as bad communication. Portal, this ain't either. But it's fine because it doesn't matter. In hindsight, I can say that the nothing burger puzzles in Overture, as I call them, were badly designed fetch quest wastes of time with no substance. But when I was actually playing through the game, I wasn't really thinking about that. I was just thinking, oh cool, I solved the puzzle. And besides all that, you have to remember that these are horror games, and as Frictional Games put it in one of their old blog posts, horror games are not fun, by design. The point of horror games is to make you uncomfortable through, among other things, its game mechanics, whether that be the threat of losing progress due to immense difficulty, or a purposefully unintuitive combat system which creates stressful gameplay situations. Penumbra is a story-driven horror game. It focuses on creating an immersive horror and storytelling experience, and as such, the gameplay simply has to be good enough as to not get in the way of everything else, which it is. Part 2, Immersion and Feeling. Penumbra is a profoundly immersive experience. I think the immersiveness is one of its biggest strengths. Everything in these games is designed in such a way that it coalesces into a world which you can completely and perfectly immerse yourself in. This is due to the very decent environmental storytelling and environmental attention to detail, among other things. You can examine almost any object in the game world, and Philip will describe what he sees. Sometimes it's just essentially flavor text, but sometimes what Philip says will allow you to glean story and lore information. Most objects are also physics objects, so these two things combine to make for a very interactable and observable world. In regards to interactivity, a particular aspect is the use of natural mouse gestures for mundane actions, such as opening doors and cupboards, along with, of course, manipulating objects. I believe Penumbra was the first game to ever do something like this. And even to this day, Frictional Games seems to be the only people doing this, which is a bit baffling. I think it's just a really neat thing. You're not just pressing E, you're actually opening it yourself. That's you, the player, doing that. You are interacting with the world, not the E key. Do you see what I mean here? Also, the game has a great, thick atmosphere. Okay, wait. Everyone always says that, oh, this game has good atmosphere, when they're talking about horror games. But what the hell does that actually mean? Yeah, the game has ambient tracks which are playing in the background, the environment is dark, but it's not just that. The atmosphere of a game can refer to the general overall feeling of the game, or the vibe, as much as saying that word makes me feel ill. And let me tell you, Penumbra has a great vibe. It has a very oppressive, dark, and bleak atmosphere. The game starts and ends with death. Everyone Philip even remotely cares about dies. His mother, his father, Red, Amabel, even Clarence to a slightly possible extent. Everything generally goes wrong. The game doesn't really have a good ending, in the traditional sense. The best ending is one where you die. Penumbra also makes you feel very small and insignificant. Philip may be the protagonist, but he's not the main character of this world. He doesn't matter, and neither do any of the other characters, really. Why do you think the Archaic never sent any rescue teams to the shelter? It's because they don't give a damn. The shelter is just one of many places of operation that the Archaic has, one of 203 installations worldwide. All the researchers at the shelter have been left for dead because they're insignificant. It wouldn't be worth it for the Archaic to rescue a few pitiful lives because they probably think of the bigger picture, considering they deal with supernatural phenomena with potential world-threatening consequences. And as for Philip, what does he accomplish? It's true he managed to prove that the cure for the Tuurngait virus works, but that's rather minor. More importantly, he did actually accomplish that which he came to the mine for. He found out what happened to his father. But look where all that got him. It got him dead. Though, to be honest, it's possible Philip is completely fine with that. You see, I have a theory that Philip was suicidal. I mean, come on, he must have had a death wish of some kind. Booking a private flight to this remote frozen wasteland, blindly wandering into the Arctic without taking anyone else with him, and without any kind of plan in case of emergencies. It's almost as if he was ready to die. His mother had recently passed away, so he probably wasn't in the best mental state. So yeah, Penumbra is a pretty dark game, and it's perfect for a horror game. It makes you feel insignificant and hopeless, as it should. Apart from that, here's another fun word: aesthetic. I previously described Penumbra's aesthetic as a grounded sci-fi, or industrial sci-fi. It's sci-fi, but not over-the-top sci-fi. I mean, sure, there are a few science lasers and glowy LED-filled servers around the place, but everything else looks more grounded in reality. A cryo chamber isn't gonna have gaming chair LEDs. It's not supposed to look cool, it's supposed to cool people. This sort of aesthetic is unique to Penumbra, I feel. I haven't seen something similar before. In fact, the same could be said of Penumbra as a whole. It has so much personality and character. There's nothing else like it out there, and it gets points just for that alone. Frictional Games really tried to create something new, and they succeeded completely. The game doesn't try to be like anything else, apart from the story, which has sources of inspiration, obviously. Speaking of which, Part 3, Storytelling. The first game did storytelling better in some ways. Or rather, lore-telling, since the first game is very slow and nothing really happens in terms of story. It's all set up for the second game, which does end up paying off very well, though that comes at the cost of the first game's quality. Still, I can't help but appreciate the way the story is designed. Much like how the shelter is kept secret and hidden under layers of abandoned mines, Penumbra itself hides its true nature behind an entire first entry. Though you can glean into what might be in store for you if you read all the notes in Overture thoroughly enough, which is another great aspect of the storytelling. In Black Plague, however, the storytelling worsened in some areas due to excessive exposition. I'm still mad about that damn timeline. But thankfully, Black Plague still succeeds perfectly in the major areas of the story that matter the most, those being the Tuurngait and the Archaic. Neither of them are over-explained at all. In fact, we are given very little information. In the case of the Tuurngait, this is a very good thing, on account of the fact that it's supposed to be a Lovecraftian entity. So, you know, it better be fucking beyond my comprehension, or I'm demanding a refund. To demonstrate, here is what I think I've figured out about the Tuurngait and its virus. The Tuurngait is the coalescence of all of the assimilated minds in it. It is a singular entity made up of multiple minds. The Tuurngait called humanity a seething mass of individuals, while it itself is a seething mass of non-individuals, I suppose, because when assimilated into it, you lose your individuality. As for how it works inside the hive mind, I think there are two groups of members in the Tuurngait hive mind. First group is the recently assimilated members, the humans, and also the dogs, all assimilated after the Tuurngait tomb was opened. But before it was opened, there was the other group of members. Clarence is part of this group. Although Clarence appears to know English, he is not human, which is made apparent by him referring to humans as monkeys.
Ah, who's your poor monkey friend? Monkey! Monkey!
He's some kind of ancient being, or a member of an ancient species that was assimilated into the Tuurngait hive mind long ago. Thus, I'm going to refer to this group as the Ancient Ones from now on. Has a nice ring to it. It seems that the humans are segregated from the Ancient Ones in the hive mind. Clarence said something about,
"Isn't it terribly quiet, not hearing the thoughts of every one of your brothers?"
We as Philip haven't heard that many thoughts though. There was only Clarence, and in Requiem we could hear Dr. Eminus and Red speaking to us, along with the thoughts of Eloff Carpenter. The Ancient Ones aren't communicating to the humans at all, except in the case of Clarence, which is an anomaly. And that's pretty much it. That's all I can say about the Tuurngait. And it's just theories and speculation mostly. It's ancient and existed eons before mankind, and thus it's hard to say anything about it for certain. But now to explain the Tuurngait virus, the way the Tuurngait assimilates people into it. If I understand correctly, it's actually a physical virus. It has a physical form, as you can see from these X-ray photos, so it's not like it's magic or anything. The entry point of the infection is possibly the spine, from which it probably spreads to the brain, considering that's the part it affects the most. The virus then starts quote-unquote partitioning your mind. Once the virus has completely taken hold of you, it traps you, your consciousness, inside of your own mind, or in the hive mind, and your body becomes just another vessel for one of the ancient members of the Tuurngait hive mind to control. You then get effectively immortalized because I reckon the virus can somehow nullify the body's need for sustenance. How else would all the infected still be alive down in the facility after such a long time? So, you're probably trapped inside your own mind and the hive mind for eternity, unless you manage to somehow kill yourself like Philip and Red did. That is one cruel fate. And again, this is just what I gather from all the info the games give us. I could be wrong. Now, as for the Archaic, what we know is that it originated as a secret society formed by Da Vinci and Francesco Melzi. They have 203 installations/facilities around the world, and so they operate on a very large scale. Also, they have divination techniques, so I reckon it's possible that they have more extraordinary abilities that we don't even know about. And, again, that's all I can say. We know so very little of them, and that's why it's so well written. It's mysterious and leaves things up for interpretation. It's also realistic. A secretive organization like this isn't gonna leave info about them just lying around. I also like how they don't have an official name. The title Archaic is unofficial. They're not trying to be like a company. They don't have a fucking logo like the SCP Foundation. They're just a truly secretive group. Now, unfortunately, despite everything Penumbra did right in terms of storytelling, they sort of almost screwed the pooch at the last minute. For you see, at the end of Requiem, if you manage to collect all of the hidden collectible artifacts, yes, Requiem had them too, then you get a secret additional scene after the ending. It's an extended part of Philip's email, and what does he say in it? Oh, nothing. Just literally fucking everything. The text just explains straight to the player's face the entire game's message and meaning. Just blatantly spells it out. Talk about hand-holding. The game doesn't just hold your hand, it fucking crushes it! The reason I so strongly detest this is because, although straight up explaining what the meaning behind your work is guarantees that people will get it, it also completely snuffs out all possibility for alternative interpretation. Also, I feel that it's counterproductive. Why do you think stories always hide their meanings and messages behind metaphors and allegories and shit? Well, besides the fact that it's more interesting, I think one reason could be because if you have to closely analyze and think about a story and its elements to figure out what it's really about, then once you find the meaning or message, it'll assure that you really truly are paying attention to what the story is trying to say to you, and so it'll hit you with all of its power. But even if everything I just said is bullshit, at the very least, I think you can agree that it's just plain uninteresting when things are blatantly spelled out to you as if you were a stupid little baby. But thankfully, since this message is hidden behind collecting all the collectible artifacts, most people will probably never see this. But still, it'd probably be better if it didn't exist at all. Credit where credit is due, though. That quote at the end of the text is pretty cool, though. Dude, is that a fucking typo? Part 4. Themes. Penumbra in part, tells a story about the pursuit of knowledge, much like the stories of Lovecraft it's inspired by. The reason Philip ventured into the northwestern Greenland mine is because he sought knowledge of what happened to his father, and even after he found out, he wanted more. He then sought knowledge of the Tuurngait and of how to make the cure to the virus. This desire for knowledge is what led to his eventual death. The same can be said for other characters, such as Wilbur Frisk, who ordered the Tuurngait tomb to be opened because he wished to study what was inside of it. As Philip himself said, human nature was his downfall. It's human nature to seek knowledge, and death is the final unknown. Related to this, Penumbra's story is influenced and inspired by the works of H.P. Lovecraft, particularly At the Mountains of Madness, which shares a lot of similarities. These influences can also be seen in other things, such as this note at the very beginning of Black Plague. It said, "Between light and shadow exists an entire world. That world is necessarily our own. Get out. Now." What I think this means is that our world exists between light and darkness. Light is knowledge, enlightenment. Darkness is the opposite, the unknown. In our world, our universe, there is a lot that we do not understand. But we do sort of understand part of it, through science and other such thought, although it's incredibly limited. The "get out, now" part signifies that the writer attempted to go beyond our world, and most likely into the light, which, as you can see, resulted in his demise. His writing was cut short. This basically summarizes the idea of the Lovecraftian in very few words. The writer went too far in his pursuit for knowledge, and it was his end. I also think this is where the game gets its name from. Penumbra, the halfway point in a shadow, between light and shadow. Also, here are some smaller things which I'd like to show you for fun, such as the names of the main characters, Philip and Howard. You know, Howard Phillips Lovecraft. There are tons of other Lovecraft references, such as the texture on the soup can which says, "Uncle Cthulhu's Squid Soup, fresh soup from the abyss of the D-Deep." And then there's this newspaper texture with a picture of H.P. Lovecraft and his cat, whose name I can't seem to remember for some reason. Okay, fine, apparently it's not his cat, but rather Frank Belknap Long's cat, Felice. I guess that's a friend of his or something. But all this Lovecraft stuff isn't really the primary theme of the game. The more important theme is related to the core message of Penumbra, and so we shall commence the final part of this conclusion. Part 5. What the fuck does it all mean? What Penumbra is really about, the core message of it, concerns herd mentality and thinking. To understand this, we need to think and look back at the end of Black Plague, where Philip, despite the Tuurngait's orders, released the location of the facility. Up until this point, Philip had mostly been following the orders of others. In Overture, he was blindly following Red's directions the entire time, and Red essentially used him for his own ends. Similarly, in Black Plague, Philip was being guided by Amabel, though to a lesser extent. But in the end, Philip didn't bend to the Tuurngait's will, and he made his own decision. Two of them. The first was to defy the Tuurngait, and the second was to die. That's not to say these are the only times Philip thought freely, though. It's not like he was some kind of mindless sheep in the beginning. No, in fact, Penumbra ended the same way it started, with Philip making his own decision, defiant to the will of others. Philip didn't follow his father's instructions. Instead of burning the documents, he looked into them and traveled to some remote area in Greenland with no apparent plan, a decision which was probably met with quite a bit of resistance from the people around him. Additionally, Philip spends the entirety of the game solving puzzles and using his brain to survive and progress. Philip is a free thinker, which I think is the reason for his extraordinary reaction to the Tuurngait virus and the artifacts. Others would have had their mind assimilated by the virus as they fail the mental obstacle course inside their mind, but Philip managed to escape his. His mind is simply impenetrable to the will of the Tuurngait, the will of the herd. the will of other people. That's what the Tuurngait represents. All of Philip's decisions are purely of his own mind, completely uninfluenced by the thoughts of others. Such thinking is likely amplified in an environment such as the northwestern Greenland mine, a place completely isolated and separated from the outside world and society. Now, about another character, Dr. Eminus, let's contrast Philip and Clarence to him. Now, it is true that Eminus passed the trials inside of his mind, much like Philip, and that suggests that he is somewhat free of mind. But hear this. Dr. Eminus claimed that the universe is predetermined.
Of course, predetermined universe and all that. I already understand your outcome.
But we know this is false, because at the end of Requiem, we very clearly have a choice that changes the events that unfold. The only way Eminus could claim something like that so confidently is if it was something the Tuurngait told him. That means that the Tuurngait gave him a piece of false information, and therefore, all the other information it gave him could very well be false as well. Based on that, Dr. Eminus is not as much of a free thinker as it seems. He blindly believed in the Tuurngait, and even before all this he was probably following orders from the higher caste members of the Archaic. I'm confused as to how Eminus ever passed the mental obstacle course considering this. Now, you may be thinking, oh, well, that's fine and all, but aren't most of the choices Philip makes kind of, fucking stupid? And you're right. I mean, I agree with you. I think Philip's decision to reveal the location of the facility could result in more people getting hurt. Possibly something catastrophic, since there's no telling what the Tuurngait might do. But still, I think that if Philip thought it was the right thing to do, then I don't hate or blame him for doing it. Philip doesn't tell us why exactly he thinks it's a good idea to go to war with the Tuurngait, but that's because it doesn't matter. It was to prove a point, that regardless of what his reasoning for it is, it's his decision, his belief, and he should do what he thinks is right. Wouldn't you agree? Philip's decisions are intended to make you question the inherent value of free will, and to hopefully realize that it does have value. The most popular opinion would probably be to submit to the Tuurngait and protect it by hiding the location of the mine, but that doesn't mean it's right. Just because lots of people think something doesn't mean it's right, because the reasons they believe it might be of questionable origin. The message of the game is also somewhat supported by gameplay elements. I already mentioned the fact that you have to solve puzzles by thinking and using your brain, but there's also the way the story and lore is told through the notes. In order to figure it all out, you have to sort of cross-reference the notes and actually put some effort into it, since you find them out of order and with little background info. Also, here's something. At the end of Requiem, it's not actually made clear that you have a choice. Red doesn't explicitly say anything that suggests you have a choice. Plus, you have to remember that up until that point, we hadn't had any major choices like this to make in these games, so you're not going to be expecting to have a choice. I believe this is intentional. The only way you're going to figure out that there's a choice is if you think of it. Red doesn't spell it out for you, neither does the game itself. You have to figure it out for yourself. The thought has to cross your mind. Either that, or you happen to hover over the door with your mouse and see that the cursor changes to the interact button. But still, you get what I mean. So, to reiterate, the message of this game is to think for yourself. As terrible as the secret ending thing in Requiem was, the last thing Philip says is quite poignant and sums it up perfectly. No matter what you may think, it is always better to think. Okay, yeah, this was supposed to be a kind of sentimental or all cinematic fade-away thing, but the fucking typo ruins it. Come on, guy. I feel as though my approach for covering these games in this video is a bit unorthodox. I walked you through almost the entirety of each game, reading almost every note. And for what, you may ask? What's the point? Well, I wanted this video to have a certain type of progression and flow. It's hard to describe, and you'll just have to tell me if any of this is any good. Additionally, I think that by being very thorough, I can show you just how well the story is told. I can show you exactly how much detail and thought they put into this game. I think it's the only way to really do it justice. It's what these games deserve. In the secret ending text in Requiem, Philip says, "Though I have suffered immeasurably in this place, I feel as if my life only began when I arrived here." Similarly, I feel as though my life only really began when I started writing this script. Before that, I made a few animations, sure, that's good, but I was mostly going through the motions, playing video games and watching shit that I don't remember anything about. Just a disgusting little flesh maggot, doing not much but consuming media, not creating, at least not enough. But recently, I had a sort of awakening. I finally started living. I started contributing all of my possible time to creating that which you are watching right now, and more. Because I realized that's all I truly want to do. Because I realized that it's time to start thinking about that which I consume. That's very much going to be one of the objectives of this channel. To think, and to hopefully make other people think as well. But, no matter what I or you may think, it is always better to think. Thank you for watching.
fate has anything to do with this. Fate is merely the war cry of those too scared to think for themselves.
Ha 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 ha!